Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It is time. Apex Legends Global Series is running it back for the second day this weekend here in EMEA. After a pretty dynamic day, if I do say so myself. I'm absolutely loving all of these weekends filled with action, but now that one session of that round robin has come to a close, we're getting to see groups A versus B taking on each other once again. Now, the real question is here. Who is setting themselves up for that split 2 playoffs run? Because I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. As always, I'm SpiderTiff. I'll be your host for the day, but I could not do it alone. So I want to go ahead and introduce you guys to the dynamic duo that's going to be joining me today, kicking it off with Glitter Explosion. Glitter, I know you had an eventful day yesterday. How are you feeling today?
Eventful to say the least. I mean, we had an absolute blast yesterday, and after what we saw, like you said, now the first round robin round is done. We're getting to go back a little bit of a rematch with groups A versus B, right, which I think is huge because we talked about it a lot yesterday. It was almost like that first weekend was a little bit of a trial run, some testing grounds to see what was going to work and what wouldn't. So now we get to see which teams have kind of tightened things up, and I cannot wait.
Ooh, I love that you kind of bring that up. The trial run. That's been the question on everyone's mind, kind of what is going to work. And for the other half of that duo, it's going to be Vicky Kitty. And I'm excited because Vicky, you and I were on the action originally for A versus B. So I know you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm really excited because this is our teams right now that are leading top 5 in the overall EMEA leaderboards. I'm excited to see if they've changed anything up between what we've seen just yesterday with Group B or what we've seen already within the first few days of the Pro League. I can't believe that we are already on day number 4. I tweeted about it earlier, but here we are. We have a limited amount of days before we have that match point finals that comes up to determine which of our teams are going to be moving on to Split 2 land. And of course, I'm so excited to be sitting alongside you again, Tiff. And of course, Glitter. It's been so long, but here we are. EMEA, I'm so excited for all the action.
As always, it's going to be action-packed. I think back to yesterday. I was curled up on the couch. No, just kidding. I was watching all of the EMEA action in B versus C. I had my snacks at hand, and honestly, a few teams really stood out to me. Surprisingly, I know, Glitter, we were chatting about it, Horizon Union. So let's go ahead and look at some of those match highlights, because if I'm not mistaken, some of the first moments that you're going to witness are Horizon Union taking that map 1 victory.
Yeah, and this was something that we had a really good time talking about yesterday because right out the gate, I mean, when we're talking about Horizon Union, they came out with the dub, and it was because they had their zone predictions just on point all day. I mean, they bookended the day with those dubs, but they looked like a totally different squad. They had 2nd place finish, 3rd place finish. I mean, they were consistent. They looked strong, Vicky, and they're someone that I think surprised all of us.
Yeah, you know what's great to talk about after yesterday? The Watson uses that we're going to be seeing a lot more often. We didn't see too much Watson in that first week. Now, yesterday, we've had a change up in composition. You highlighted perfectly when it comes to the training grounds to see which of these teams wanted to go for the compositions that they were rocking. But when you talk about consistency, we got to highlight Fire Beavers once again coming out strong out there in that day 3 yesterday.
I mean, look, my ears are going to perk up anytime I hear the word Fire Beavers. I asked Twitter, I was like, who is winning today? And yeah, I got some troll answers. I think even one person said TSM. Not sure where they got that from, but Fire Beavers, Foot Esports, and then Ascend's analyst came in and was like, you already know the answer. And I'm like, yo, I don't have the script. But the question is, will we see more Rampart today, Glitter?
You know what? I hope so. I think that Alliance has been slowly figuring out a way to make it work. Yesterday, they were kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They had 3 back-to-back-to-back 2nd place finishes, and you know that they don't want that. They want to close out at least one of those and get that dub, but a team that was able to do that and in the final match really gets the points that they needed was Jailings, and they were a squad that we had called out at the beginning of the day as the team that really needed to pick it up, Vicky, and they did just that.
Yeah, it's so cool to see also just the Rampart coming in. I know 2R1C with Uchako has been trying it out, but take a look at this right now. Take a look at the squads that we're going to be having on board. Fire Beavers with 102 kills. Can we look at this gap between them sitting in 1st place and Vexed in 2nd? This is actually insane. Fire Beavers not only 1st overall in the overall standings as well, but they're fragging so hard that OJ Ryan is number 1 in kills this split with 34 kills alone in his name.
Look, I'm telling you guys, it is Fire Beavers. 2 words, Fire Beavers. Look, I'm not going to get too biased or anything, I promise, I swear. But yeah, these are the season standings, A versus B. Fire Beavers taking the reins with that 102 eliminations. Let's go ahead and look at page 2 because honestly, page 1 is kind of wild. Oh yeah, Element 6 right there. We get a lot about them, a lot of questions, and I'm kind of shocked. Not necessarily, right? I think there's a lot of room, and I think Glitter said it best a lot early on. She was like, trial. We're trialing. We're trying to figure out what is going on. You heard Kashera talk about it in the interview when he was on the broadcast. He was talking about sometimes you just have to revert back to what is good for the team, that ever adapting change, right? Every time they're at the top, Glitter, what happens? Change.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what it has made this entire split so interesting, because we thought we knew how it could potentially play out after split 1, then the new season comes through, and everyone is thrown for a loop. But what it's done for the meta, the versatility in the legend comps and everything that we're seeing kind of keeps everybody on their toes, and also allows for these teams to be trying out something that honestly a split ago we probably would have considered to be completely crazy.
Completely crazy. I mean, Phoenix Legacy, Sabs in the mix. Let's jump on over to page 3. I mean, Gladiators, SPS, Kella Gaming, some of the teams coming out from that Split 2 Pro League qualifiers, Heroes, Reply Totem. A lot of teams that kind of need to turn their sets to the future, right? We need to look towards those moments, because that is, in a sense, what we need to be focusing on. Split 2 playoffs. We only have 2 more round robin sessions where these teams will get to duke it out against each other heading into that regional finals. But let's go ahead and talk about our participants for the day. The question that is all on our eyes. Group A taking on Group B. And now granted, the moment I looked at this list, names like Vex stand out to me. Ascend, the powerhouses. Vicky, like, what catches your eye?
It's crazy. We have a super stacked lobby. I talked about it before, but our top 5 teams are within this lobby alone. KCP, what do they have in store for us? They're 3rd overall for a reason with 34 points. Zane's addition to this team continues to fit amazingly. I can't wait to see what KCP still has for us to show. Fire Beavers, we've talked about them enough. We obviously have highlighted what frag heavy team this is with the amount of damage that Taskmaster's been able to put down and the follows that we've been seeing from OJ Ryan. Of course, Vex Gaming, another one out here. They came out day 2 with back-to-back wins, much stronger team on World's Edge, but still very consistent on Storm Point. I'm excited to see how some of these other teams are going to work together. We can't ignore 2R1C. We can't ignore Ascend for that reason. Some of our more consistent teams are in these 2 groups.
Well, I love that you kind of brought that up. There's so many teams that have the ability to put themselves at the top of the leaderboard, but you know, there's always that one portion of the broadcast where we get to break it down a little bit more. We always have teams that are catching our eye a little bit more than maybe some others based on maybe a past performance, something major that's kind of happened to them. But let's go ahead and talk about it. I know, Glitter, you have someone that you want to specifically highlight.
Yes. All right. Let's get into this, because in my opinion, we can't be talking about EMEA without talking about Ascend. All right. They're going to be my team to watch today, because we've been talking about them literally since last Split's playoffs, and they were this close to sealing the entire thing. Now we're looking towards Split 2, and this is a squad that came in and has been insanely consistent. And let me break down those numbers for you, because it is crazy how consistent they've been. 4th place day 1 with 50 points. Day 2, 4th place yet again with 51 points. And consistency is always the mark of a great team when you consider the fact that also Kashera is in 6th place right now on the individual leaderboard for kills. And when we spoke to him yesterday on the broadcast and asked him a little bit about, you know, how they're feeling, he said that every single time they get into a really solid spot as a team, the meta switches up and the rug is pulled right out from under them, so that they are just really focusing on adapting and playing their game, which obviously is working so far. So I'm excited to see what they can do here today. Vicky, who do you got?
I love how you highlight Kashera, because if it's not the crypto, it's the Bangalore to try to adjust. And another team who is making those adjustments, gotta say hello to my little friend, because the Rampart is coming out from Alliance. That's Sheila putting in the work. With Rampart being a start for this team since the start of Split 2, with high success in a Catalyst run meta to counter the Dark Veil. Within their 2 played Pro League dates so far, they've secured 4 second place finishes and 1 dub, which was the first win that we've ever seen with a Rampart in the EMEA region. Together, this team still remains one of the most consistent teams in EMEA, with Effects continuing to put in a lot of work, being top 4 in kills so far this split, while putting in the damage on board and getting a total of 31 knocks thus far. So I want to continue to see these follows while playing into this Rampart comp coming in from Yuki.
Look, Vicky, you said the Rampart comp, and now everyone in my community is like, how can I use Rampart in ranked? But no, for real. But my team to watch is actually going to be 2R1C. I didn't put them in my Apex community power rankings for no reason in particular. They have been frying. Kashera said it himself. this is one of those teams to surprise, and they've definitely made some changes. Jarovic no longer a member of the starting roster. We're going to be picking up VJX. You guys recently saw him as a member of that J-Lings roster in London, the controller IGL. So that team's kind of split off and now has formed the new 2R1C. And they're coming off an amazing match day, right? Some moments where they were able to really fry out. I believe they had 3 wins on groups match day number 2. So we cannot forget that how great this team is going to be. So much talent, so many amazing teams, but be sure to watch it your way, because here's the deal, guys. Multi-view, award-winning platform. All you have to do is click on the command center link below and you can pull it up all sorts of ways, whether you want to watch rotations, hear team communications, maybe try and learn a thing or two, or just keep an eye on it. I like to include the map in any kind of way that I peruse the map view and the multi-view. So just watch ALGS your way with that award-winning multi-view. I mean, the comms are some of my most favorite part, ladies. It's one of those things that you just really can't miss out. But as far as the action today, let's go ahead and look at the map rotation. Kicking things off on World's Edge for 3 maps. Then we're gonna jump on over to Storm Point for the remainder of the day. And I'm just thinking about it this way. We take it back all the way to that first map of the day that we witnessed in Split 2 Pro League. And, you know, I believe it was the Fire Beavers that took that victory on World's Edge. And I couldn't be more excited because we're getting ready to jump into that action. So I am going to throw it all the way over, remotely, obviously, to Glitter and Vicky Kitty. Ladies, take it away.
Tiff, thank you very much, Vicky. It is time for us to get ready to get into match number 1 of the day for EMEA. And this is the first time we get to see a little bit of a rematch between groups A and B. We mentioned it earlier, so things could get a little bit spicy. And like we just heard Tiff say, it was Fire Beavers who came out of the gate crazy hot last time these 2 groups saw each other.
Yeah, I think the first day for that first game alone, Fire Beavers came out with double-digit KP. Yeah. Not just double-digit, but it was like taking the dub and 18 kills. They were showing up on that first game on World's Edge, and that set up the momentum for them. But what was even crazier about Fire Beavers was that they continued that on with their success into Storm Point. They were also the last team to take a dub for that day, for day number 1. If that wasn't craziness to start off the EMEA region, I don't know what is, because I'm expecting this team to still remain consistent out here.
Not only that, but then we also have some of the other teams in the region really starting to step it up. We've talked about, and we've even heard the people that we've interviewed, all of the different pros that we've had come on, say that that first weekend is not necessarily 100% indicative of what's going to be happening throughout the rest of the split. So we could see some changes here for some of these teams. We could see some things shaken up. And with how close we've seen the points yesterday, I feel like everyone's going to be having to fight tooth and nail for every single KP they can get.
Yeah, taking a look at where our teams are going to be dropping, wondering if we're just going to have any 50-50s come out of nowhere here for day number 4. Of course, those points, all you could get matter. Fire Beavers are going to be landing on Fragment, as they have been this entire time, going to be able to get all that extra loot. The one teams that I'm curious about are the teams that are going to be rotating out of Lava City and Big Mod. That's going to be Lecita de France and Foot, as we're going to be able to see a contest actually happening off the Rip Glitter. This is what I'm always down for, the Overlook contest, and I'm always down for the chaos. Joel's already rocking the purple Evo shield. Talk about getting lucky off of the rip.
I mean, this is what we love to see, right? You were saying that there also might be one down over by Big Mon. And hey, if this is how we're going to start off the day with multiple potential contests, we'll keep things interesting. You can already hear the shots going down. You got 2 blues now as well on Game of Drones, and they're just going to be hanging out here seeing if they can potentially get any damage across the way. Because if this is how they could start off their day against Dynasty, they also could claim this POI.
Good rotation options, as well as that beacon that's right to their south. Remember, there is that difference of that purple Evo shield, so all this extra poke is just going to build up into the other Evo shields that we're going to be having on the other side. Dynasty needing to be careful. You got the Havoc in the hands of Sorbank, as well as the Prowler. Not much attachments, as a nice off angle comes in, and he falls incredibly low, forcing him to drop down from the high ground.
And any little bit of damage that they end up taking right now could be super detrimental, because we saw everyone still on white shields across the way. And Game of Drones could completely take advantage of this. They've now pushed up and taken some of that real estate away from them, obviously assuming that Dynasty's backed off, but maybe not, because now they can hear the shots from both squads, and this just might get a little bit messy.
Crazy here is that Game of Thrones has always taken this POI right now, so they're just fighting for their spot, especially after coming off with way better loot. Look at the two blue Evo shields here. You got the purple still rocked onto Jules. Got the Jets storming right on top of you, making all that noise, and a lot of early action already happening off the rip. KCP to join those with the double blue and purple Evo.
You know, I even saw a tweet from Nasky saying that they weren't super thrilled with their performance yesterday, and they plan on rectifying that here today. It seems like they also might be wanting to start off with a little early KP. We see them surrounding two other teams. I believe we saw Phoenix Legacy over there, started a fight over there, but Dynasty now getting themselves back involved. This is the third party as well that was trying to deal some damage from across the way, Vicky.
What the? Dynasty had taken that first knock. They fall incredibly low. This is crazy. They knocked Jules in the process. What a way to start off game number one. I wouldn't have it any other way, but Game of Thrones should have definitely come out on top out of here with the difference of health. He tries to go for the final punch, and despite not having the same loot, Dynasty come out on top from that first fight.
What? How did those tides turn so aggressively and so quickly in favor of Dynasty? I mean, like you said, there should have been a massive armor advantage there for Game of Drones, and it looks like Dynasty decides they want to be the one that claims that POI for now. And look how safe they are when we can see the map, no one else around them. They'll be able to get themselves nicely looted up and reset as they go to look for those rotations. But obviously this zone shifting very heavily west, and you can see how many squads have already started to claim their spaces there.
Not over that fight. You talk about all the time that they have, as well as that ring console, so they'll have that information. They'll get that KP. We got a circle going all the way now to Lava Fisher. You love to see it with so many teams already taking control of that real estate. Started by Esports also has that Kraber and the Nemesis in blast hands. I'm in danger. He's ready out here, wasting no time. 19 squads left after losing out on Game of Drones, and they have secured their spot in this building, which, talking about the location right here, this is a good spot to hold to contest the squads that are going to be taking their time to rotate on the edge of where the circle is going to be pulling. Let's say it does continuously pull more towards the north of Lava Fisher. We know that KCP lands here, so they'll secure that building that you currently see off to the left side. You already see two other teams taking control over the inside of these buildings. That's Phoenix Legacy on the north side, but none of these squads are going to want to give up any of this building space, while all these other teams are going to be fighting for their own space in that next circle.
No, and we've seen when we do get those Lava Fisher zones, sometimes KCP definitely comes out on top, and now we're checking in with the Vex, and it seems like they've got themselves in a fight. Is this the first match of the day, Vicky? Everyone is fighting so early on.
Listen, it's time to wake up and choose violence in the EMEA region, and they are not holding forward just yet here. The catalyst barrier is going to prevent them. It goes down immediately right afterwards. It was Vex actually that put that up real quick before making their entrance, and it's Morning Stars that were on the other side of that wall inside of this building right now. It's definitely one of those teams that want to put themselves on board their lackluster performance so far in the previous 2 days.
Okay, well, we're watching Morning Stars and Vex go at it. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, Horizon is taking out Eternal. Now we're down to 18 squads already. You can see Vex looks like they're going to use that wall and decide they want to get out of here. Maybe go for that rotation and not have to deal with fighting Morning Stars on the edge of the ring right now. So that will be a little bit of a disengage, which will at least keep me sane right now because of the amount of fights that are happening. And we've got Foot over at the Crafter.
No, it's nice to know about the legend pick rates that we've seen so far in the EMEA region. Valkyrie still leading the way on top of Seer, but just by a little bit, by 0.56. Seer right behind Valkyrie with 75%. And it's also nice to talk about what's in the replicator for some of these teams like Foot Esports that like to take their time to rotate into the circle. They like to utilize these replicators not only to get the meds that they need, but also to boost up their Evo shield if they haven't engaged in an early fight just yet. Teams like Foot Esports are also going to be able to get the replicator with the purple light extended mag as well as the purple stock. And with my favorite thing to talk about, Glitter, is the weekly rotations rotating the mobile respawn beacon out of there. It is now on the ground and it has been replaced by the purple backpack and the purple helmet.
Yeah, and that was obviously something we talked about a lot yesterday, because yesterday we had the Digi and the Moby in the Crafter, and that was something that people were all over every time, then making sure that they had that added into their kit. So it's just another factor that these teams are constantly having to adapt to. And I like that you were also talking about these ever-changing legend comps right now, because we've seen a little bit of we were talking about this before the broadcast. We've seen a little bit of a fall off in the Catalyst picks. Okay, not necessarily as high right now at 55% for this current game. So that's something to pay attention to. Two things are constantly evolving in the regions and then in this game specifically.
I love it. Especially with the Watsons that have been making their way more prevalent currently in the meta, as it's been changing so often. Less Catalyst, like you mentioned. Taking a look at the positioning for our squads right here. Menage a Trois, Ascend. Talk about the Watson fences. Have painted this entire side of that choke point and Pride Rock with the perimeter fence lines. Fire Beavers. 9 Impulse was incredibly low. Doesn't have the opportunity to send out the smoke to then heal up in time. Get the trade for trade right now as Dynasty, they came out on top for Overlook, now are coming out on top on Fire Beavers. Are you kidding me?
The level of aggression out of Dynasty right now, I mean, they are just taking no prisoners. Down to 1, though, and forced to heal, giving Fire Beavers a little bit of time to get themselves reset here. We'll see what Fire Beavers is able to do with that as we see some Arc Stars coming out, and they're still trying to fight for their lives. It's going to be down to Taskmaster to see if he can save this game right now for the squad.
Dynasty said, you know what? We didn't really come out the way that we wanted to for day number 1. Day number 3, they also fell very short. Fire Beavers are just trying to restabilize here at this point after getting that finish. 18 squads still left here, and Dynasty may be the next squad to look at themselves in the lobby. Unfortunately, they can't get the res onto 9 Impulse. They can get that banner, but they need to be careful. They're hiding in the smoke, but they're taking this passive damage from the first circle, which may not be too much, but they only have 1 med kit if you're looking at Taskmaster right now.
The only advantage that they have right now is the fact that they at least did get 1 up, so technically they've got the 2v1 against Dynasty. If they decided to stick around, you can see they do have a player in their sights right now, so Taskmaster are going to see what they can do, I believe, onto that Valk over there. But right now, Fire Beavers have recovered enough. They can get the res right here, and like you said, since it's still the first ring, it's not the end of the world, but they don't have a lot of time to get all of the resources that they need.
I'm expecting them to hug that replicator that's right there in survey. Probably wouldn't be surprised if Dynasty tries to go for like a res and epi since they've been taking their time inside that circle. Those are the only 2 teams that are in the circle currently right now, for those of you wondering and just moving around in multi-view. As we tune into Vex Gaming right now, they're hiding behind a squad that is taking shots at them. From behind, it's the charge rifle. Right in front of them, though, it's another team. But looking at Unlucky and what he's got to work with, he's got that nice gold shotgun bolt and the PK Matafi out here with the Rampage, a gold Rampage. Up comes the Catalyst wall, and they're going to use it to get out of line of sight of the squads that are trying to counter-rotate out of Harvester.
I think in the kill feed, we also saw Dynasty finally go down, unable to survive, making their way out of the storm. So that's just another team. We're already down to 17 squads, and we're still waiting for the second ring to close. What?
Oh, they're just taking their time. They rotated down on the low ground just because they saw that there was that team that has that slight high ground right on top of them. With the charge rifle, you could hear it beaming through. They put down the ping right to their left. Thanks to Taylor, though, in the heartbeat sensor, he's just trying to make sure that it's clear for them to make this rotate. The thing about the Catalyst wall here in the Dark Veil, it's expensive. You're spending this to not just for the rotate, but you're also doing this where a lot of other teams in the area, while you're stuck on the low ground, are going to be able to notice you. It's very similar to the Seer ult and just the awareness of what's going on around the map and the other teams that are rotating in. You could also see the scan from the survey beacon nearby. One of the teams being able to get that scan. The Cita de France, though, they also made the rotation right here. They're on the high ground currently. They neighbor that with the squad off to their side, but they don't want to give up this high ground just yet.
A little bit of a standoff here, as teams are just looking to see if they can do any damage down below, but not pushing it too much if they don't have to yet right now. I mean, they've got lots of space around them and some high ground that they can take to get some vision and see if they've got any sort of a line of sight on teams around them. But I'm also still keeping my eyes on Fire Beavers, Vicky, because they're still in the zone trying to make their way to safety, almost on their way out, and I'm just trying to see what they can do with all the chaos they had to make their way through.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see with Lucita de Fonts and Foot. Foot is the one that usually lands. A big mod as Ascend. Kashira back on the crypto. We saw the Bangalore come out yesterday. Now, Not only does he rock the white Evo shields, but they lose out on Lufka. Post-kill on the Watson playing on the back end. It's KCP that have control inside of this train cart. They're dancing, they're moving. Ascend get eliminated. There's another squad outside these doors, and Pioneers are thriving out here. They're eating up these death boxes. They're going to be able to reset, and the Catalyst Wall is going to keep them out of the line of sight of the squads rotating outside of Landslide.
That was a very clean fight on behalf of KCP, and they've got to feel good about that one, wiping out one of the scarier teams in the lobby. Back on board with LCDF now, though, who has been itching for a fight this entire time, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to really take that. You can see they know that they've got a squad inside, that they are kind of hoping to see if they can break their way in. The Art Stars come out trying to open up a little bit of an opportunity here, but Catalyst is doing a good job helping keep some defensive safety going for them. They do end up losing one, and Foot is making a huge push out on them right now. That is not what Le Site de France wanted to happen.
Oh no, and the third party rolls in right here too. 16 squads left with Le Site de France falling down. It's 15 squads left now. Horizon getting involved. Morning Stars, unfortunately, also losing out on another member. Foot Esports called it off, and I liked this option here that they're taking, because Nox still has those white Evo shields after making the swap up one of those death boxes after engaging in that fight. They're stuck still on the low ground, which they finally fought their way out of, and now that they stay down here playing underneath the bridge currently, with there's two teams being run on top of them.
All of our squads continuing to try and move a little bit further in as the zone continues to shrink down. Like you said, Foot making a very smart call here to back off and play it a little bit more conservatively once they realized they were going to be at an armor disadvantage. So they're going to be making as sneaky a rotate as they can across the other way to get themselves inside the zone while everyone else is battling it out behind them, checking their backs to make sure they're not going to get poked at right now. Smokes will be super useful here, keeping Noth alive, because you can see how much damage she did take trying to cross the water.
Love that little follow-up off of the Nemesis right there, too, with the flatline. Deletes that Seer ult, who's completely gone in a blink of an eye. Vex Gaming not playing around, but they have very low health here. They gotta pop one of those medkits. Still playing off the stairwell right now is unlucky. He gets the crack. Nice hip-firing shots right there as heroes get eliminated while they were stuck in that train cart real quick, or rather in the train tunnel. Here comes the Catalyst Wall, and there is that squad right across from them, but they do have some time to reset right here while trying to hold on to the high ground.
Obviously, Vex second overall heading into today for EMEA, a team that we were definitely expecting big things from, but a squad we talked about, you specifically talked about at the top of the day, Vicky. Alliance, were able to check in with them, clearly getting a little bit of a reset right now. Not sure how they got there, but at least still have their Rampart alive. I love watching Yuki use Sheila in those final zone moments.
Listen, Glitter, I can't say the same. That's my sleep paralysis demon looking at me in the corner of my room once I can't wake up, all right? And that's Alliance doing the same thing to everybody else in the lobby. This is probably Foot that was trying to rotate on the low ground originally here, too. I know Alliance had dropped down shortly afterwards. They're trying to get that Moby right on top of them. Hockey's also stacked up on Mobies, apparently, because he's got another one in his pocket once he puts that original one down. Meanwhile, there's still this fight happening in Landslide. Fire Beavers originally were waiting for a Vex in the mouth of that tunnel. They said, you're not going to skirmish in this fight. We need to prioritize rotation. They take the Skyward dive, but Taskmaster falls incredibly low. And are they landing right on top of KCP?
Oh! This could be really bad for Fire Beavers. They escape one fight just to land straight on top of another, and before they can even really do anything to defend themselves, they've all gotten so low. Like you said, KCP was just waiting for some unsuspecting victim to fall their way. See Foot Esports going down in the kill feed as well. KCP looking very comfortable and healthy. Zane the only one that took a little bit of shield damage, but quickly able to heal that back up, but somehow give Fire Beavers enough time to fully recover.
That's actually insane. I feel like that creeping barrage definitely was the insurance policy that they needed to resort to right there, because KCP backed up immediately. Also hearing another squad, though, on the inside is 2R1C. They lose out on two almost immediately. VJ falls incredibly low. He gets taken out. So much taking damage coming in from that thermite originally as KCP diverted their attention on top of this squad. That's why that they disengaged right there, too. They didn't want to try to push and get overly aggressive with that Rolling Thunder. And now here comes Phoenix Legacy on the other side of Fire Beavers, which will open up the floor for KCP to get involved in another third party.
KCP has done such a fantastic job of managing their positioning in every single zone shift. Obviously, it was favoring them based off of where they start, but generally they've taken fights that they knew they could win, and every time they've done it, they've taken them quickly. If they haven't ended quickly, they've backed off and played it smarter and safe. Right now, you can see KCP trying to wrap around a little bit onto Phoenix Legacy, and they've got great angles on them with Surdell staying back just to make sure Fire Beavers doesn't do anything crazy, and Phoenix Legacy is in trouble now.
Oh, they're playing off the Watson fences. Yes, Imp has the RE45 in his hand. He deletes the spikes, but right behind him is another team. KCP looking for an opportunity to wrap around, but the reason why they're playing this passively is because they already know that there's still that other team, which is Fire Beavers, inside of that train cart to the right. If they push right now onto Phoenix Legacy, they're leaving themselves open for Fire Beavers to get involved and also take some chunks out of them while they're left in the open. So I like this call from KCP to wait on the other side of this rock, but in the next 12 seconds, they're going to have to start moving in that next circle.
Okay, well, KCB has been playing incredibly cleanly here so far, so I want to jump in to their comms and see what is going through their minds. So let's do a listen and presented by WD Black.
Bogey here, and I'm looking straight up their tailpipe.
I have scan now.
Bank 60.
They got me on scan. They got me on scan.
I got all 3 on scan.
20.
Do you have nades?
I'm gonna arc inside.
No, no.
I'm gonna force them all out.
Yeah.
Arced it. Good up.
I ulted. My ult,
Valkyrie in the corner. Valkyrie in the corner. She's 100 HP on her. Valk dead.
I'm dead.
Screw cracked almost.
C1. Dead. I'm going
Nice.
outside.
Break. Get the kills. Get the kills.
We're getting 3 feet from the northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just hold it.
I'm on scan.
Careful.
Yeah.
They might do the same to us like we just
Wait
did.
it out. Yep. We should probably try and play outside of it. We might get
Yeah,
figured
we're
out.
playing the outside.
I'm flying up on it. I'm flying up on the roof.
Zero on the train tracks.
Over here. No, what the fuck? What is that?
Can we
Pretty
pick?
close.
Fat thing.
Yeah, zero on the tracks.
Yep. On the right. Steer peeking on our right.
Are they fighting over here?
They Cyril did. Or some
Final
shit.
stone, by the way. Full
Yep.
team over here. They bang ulted. Get inside.
Going inside.
This armor's
They
fresh.
bang onto
This
the other
armor's
side.
fresh. Oh, we're good. Shit, please scan this. Same with me.
Where are you? Okay.
I think this might be the solo.
No, it's the Seer Catalyst.
Oh, it's a full team. Can we kill?
Yeah?
Yeah, wait.
No nades.
I'm with you.
Come back.
It's
It's
Cyril.
Zero.
I got wide.
Come back.
Go back in the truck. Back in the truck now. Back in the truck now.
This armor's almost fresh.
I'm not kidding.
Yep, you're chilling. I'm flying up.
They walled.
They're
Get
gonna
ready to
push.
fight.
Yeah.
Use this armor. They don't have
They have
zero.
blues and shit.
I'm healing again.
You ready
I'm
to
on
do
the
something
roof.
on them? Wait, I'm
Yeah,
doing
other teams are fighting, so...
Yeah.
No,
Get ready.
They're going to 3P. They're going to 3P.
Can
They
we
go to
walk
3P.
outside? I'm going.
Guys,
I'm moving up.
Shoot.
I'm with you. They walled up.
Okay, the coordination on KCP during that push into Fire Beavers was insane. They have looked clean this entire game so far, Vicky. I don't know who's going to be able to stop them. And now look at their position in the zone. They've got that entire top end, that north end to themselves.
And look at the off angles that they're taking right now, too. Zane on the other side. Right next to Surdell is Nasky. Now taking the off angle right now with 3 squads left. It's Starfight Esports, Horizon Union, and KCP Curly, who are slaying. No shield on the other side, but Zane could say the same thing as he needs to restabilize with a shield bat. Starfight get eliminated, and now it's Horizon Union versus KCP, and KCP have the health advantage.
And Horizon Union was the team we talked about. They've been doing such a good job getting themselves in these final zones and setting themselves up for success. Right now, though, KCP has been shredding, and there is low health across the way on Horizon Union. This could be KCP's game in the back. Horizon makes the push across the way, and KCP is ready and waiting. There's only one more left for KCP to clean up, and Pioneers take home match number 1.
Wow, the coordination from KCP Glitter is on point, and you already know, with the way that Nasky is, with the way that they sound in comms, they are feeling themselves, and this is why we highlighted KCP earlier on. This is why we talked about the integration of Zane and how this team has been able to pop off after finally finding their niche. Gotta bring Tip back in here after watching that game 1. How explosive of a start that was already.
Look, can we kick this match day off any better way? It started with that Fire Beavers Valkyl, which I held my breath immediately as they were rotating out of landslide to take an open area in that next zone. But what came next was actually more of a shock than anything. The fact that KCP didn't completely push into that. And I think you guys highlighted that impeccably well, Glitter. It's all about knowing what fights are smart to take and when to take them. Because had they taken that fight immediately then, it likely wouldn't have panned out, but they played it patiently and then approached at the exact perfect time.
That might be one of the cleanest games I feel like I've ever watched for KCP. I feel like we got to see their POV a lot too, so we got to see all of the decisions that they were making throughout a lot of the important moments and important fights. And we talked about the fact that obviously that zone favored them, but they had to play each shift perfectly to get themselves into that position to even be able to win. And for me, Vicky, it was something I mentioned on the cast. It was how quickly they got things done. They did not drag out fights. If it wasn't finished, they got out and they let it all reset. They weren't forcing anything that didn't need to be forced.
And it was because there's situational awareness right there too. Like what Tiff was talking about and how we highlighted in that first game, they knew when to call off trying to engage in a fight and being overly aggressive. They did the one thing that we actually heard Mark and Dan talk about yesterday, making sure their backs were cleared in that next circle was key, because then they knew that they had the entire right side of that final circle cleared up for themselves, made sure that no one could third party them from behind. They made sure that Phoenix Legacy was done and dusted as quickly as they were able to engage without putting themselves in the line of sight of Fire Beavers. One by one, as they fell, they looked like a row of dominoes. It was Phoenix Legacy into Fire Beavers at the very end, and then we're still able to control that side of that final circle on the north side of that train cart without giving up any space. They were playing amazing split positions right there.
And we'd be remiss to not kind of talk about Horizon Union. We briefly mentioned their success in the prior match day, and they made a showing here at the end game. And I think it goes to show you that their zone calling is actually on point right now. Because when they were starting off so dominant in World's Edge, you think back to that zone. They had been waiting inside that house for I don't know how long on the prior match day, and they would leave immediately. They'd go poke, they'd prod, but they'd eventually just go back to holding out and waiting, and they did so just again today. So it wasn't a fluke on the prior match day. They brought it all here today.
Yeah, and that was what we had talked about yesterday too. We were so impressed with Horizon's ability to do exactly that. It got them 4 top 3 finishes because of it, 2 of those being wins, and now you see them getting a second place finish here as well. But Vicky, this entire I don't know if the whole day is going to be like this, but we started off with so many contests, so many early game fights that everybody was just dropping like flies.
Look, Glitter, you know how I am. I love the chaos out here. I love to see all these teams duke it out from the very beginning. And this high aggressive stance that we're seeing from the way that these teams are approaching that next circle that we saw, even leaving from first circle into second circle, seeing the teams fighting all the way by survey camp outside the circle, I'm here for it. And Horizon Union made one of those rotations, leaving from the north side of the map, wrapping around closer to Skyhook into that next Lava Fisher area, where we noted that Pioneers, they came out on top because that's where they usually land.
I mean, look at this. We get a little bit of Rampart action and Sheila in the picture, but this is where I started to get a little bit scared. I had seen the positioning that Alliance was holding just on the outskirts of the ring, held by previous teams in prior zone endings, and it did never really bode well for them. But they were able to get out and make a play for that end game. But Phoenix Legacy, they've been really on point with a lot of their zone calling as well. Every time I talk to Sabs, they're like, we like to play zone early. And it's just been really fun to see the journey. And Impulse, as a solo, as soon as kind of the eviction notice went out to Fire Beavers inside the trailer from KCP, I was so shocked that Impulse was able to get out, Glitter.
So was Vicky. I mean, we were both so confused how he had even managed to escape barely with his tail between his legs. Did get some more placement points for Fire Beavers there, but honestly, KCP was just unstoppable here at the end, and it really was down to who was going to push first. Horizon Union went for it, and KCP was just waiting to close that entire thing out.
Well, Pioneers come out with that map 1 victory, so let's go ahead and break down Zane's stats from match 1. I mean, look at it this way. Playing that Valk allows him to be in really kind of dive into the fragger role. You get that momentum, you can drop down, take a couple shots, reposition yourself. I mean, it pays off. 8 eliminations here alone in map number 1. Vicky, we might have a new contest for, you know, the overall kill leaders.
Yes, and I'm not going to be surprised if it's either Nasky or Zane, because Zane was already in the top 5 kill leaderboards. I know he was also top 5 in assist leaders out here. So after an insane first game, what did they secure? 15 KP off of that dub? Zane is out here, and that's why I like to highlight this player as the newest addition to KCP. We saw what he was able to do in that first split in London, and he's replicating that here to build up for his team to make it into that split 2 land.
Yeah, I love that you kind of brought that up. Every one of those Jay Ling's boys, essentially from London, got kind of divvied out onto different teams, and they've been really stepping into their own and kind of excelling while not under that. But let's go ahead and look. We've got the match 1 results on your screen, and you're right, Vicky, 15 eliminations for Pioneers, putting them at the top of the board for 27 points overall. Not a bad start. Horizon Union, though, looking strong, Glitter.
I'm actually really excited that Horizon Union has 9 KP here, because this is going to be the highest amount of kills they've gotten in a game, while also managing to pair it with their placement points, with their zone predictions. And this could be even scarier a Horizon Union than what we saw yesterday. So that's huge for them. We've got Fire Beavers up here, even though they didn't get as many placement points, still with the aggression. And Alliance, speaking of aggression, 6 kills on them as well. They might not have gotten the finish they wanted, but this feels like we're at least continuing to move in the direction Alliance wants to be going in.
To R1C rounding out the top 10. Let's jump on over to page 2. We have the likes of Danish, Morning Stars, Foot Esports, but then it was that early game contest for Game of Drones that kind of had them as the first team that opted out. We'd have to see them kind of double down and maybe come back, ascend on the bottom half of the leaderboard as well. You know they're not going to be happy with that, but alas, that was just map number 1. We still have 5 more matches here today for you in the EMEA region. We're going to cut to a quick break, so don't go anywhere unless it's to grab coffee, because that's always really nice too. So cut to a quick break. We'll see you with map number 2 after.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Look, I told you that one was gonna be quick, but welcome back, y'all. It is ALGS Match Day EMEA. We sent Glitter on a little break, so it's me, Spider Tiff. I kidnapped Vicky, and I'm not sure how she feels about it just yet.
I mean, with all the rates that we've been seeing make their way into the Legend composition, I want to see more of that, and including on the broadcast right now. So Tiff has basically Wraith Portal kidnapped me, and we are moving on to match number 2. What chaos went down in Mirage Etoile to the south of where this final circle was pulling, and even to the west side of Landslide was actually insane. And from the get-go, Tiff, we saw the 50-50 action going down in Overlook.
Look, you mentioned Overlook, and I want to run it back. Game of Drones lost this contest on map number 1 despite having that armor advantage. Now, granted, this is up against Dynasty, the former Rats roster, looking to make a play for it. But if you kind of want to break this down, Vicky, we'll talk about how contests typically work, and you can see they've kind of split Overlook in a sense, right? They're all currently sitting on white armor, which to no surprise, evens up the playing field a little bit, but you have to think of where the primary loot is going to be. And you can see the Game of Drones, they have the ring console on their side as well to get that information. But as we look at the overarching ring, fairly central.
I love it. I love to see the mix-ups and where these circles are going to be pulling. It's not going to be like our Climatizer era TIFF where we got to see that circle 3 times, but we are going a little bit to the north, seeing the next circle. Shout out to our production. Absolutely love it. You already know that Fire Beavers is going to be eating out here. They also have the ring console in Fragment East that they could get that information, and that survey beacon that they could get information on where these squads are going to be rotating, whether it be on the north side of Circle Keep or the squads that are going to be moving away from Overlook, because Dynasty is still choosing violence. They came out as the victors in the 50-50 in game number 1, and they're looking to not slow down anytime soon, chasing down this squad, leaving. It's going to be Game of Drones probably trying to run.
Looking. Mania already taking an early exit, getting fooled and completely thirsted. And you have to think, right? If you win a contest in match number 1, you're going to double down, feel a lot more confident in your engagement on map number 2. That would be some early KP that can really pad their numbers for this series. And it's kind of looking a little worse for Dynasty at this point. Game of Drones came back with vengeance as Tolkien's your last man standing for that Dynasty roster.
This did not go in the direction that they were expecting. Game of Drones are out with a vengeance. They want the revenge after they were the first team to go down in game number 1, despite even having the health advantage with their Evo shields. We saw Jules in the last game, picked up that purple Evo off of Rip, and now they're trying to chase down that last member of Dynasty who wanted to rotate in that first game onto Fire Beavers, falling down right next to Alliance. 20 squads still left, and there's that one straggler that Game of Drones wants.
Yeah, but at some point you have to realize that, yes, we just picked up 2 eliminations. That's going to be great for our game, but you have to know when it's better to just let that last member kind of leave and maybe run their own game and just focus on what's at hand for you. You already got the ring console information. You were able to level up some of your Evo shields, get some KP. Now play your game, because that circle is going to start pulling towards that center of the map, maybe including Epicenter, and you'll get a lot of information if you can set up shop there easily, because you think about Epicenter as a whole. How hard is that to infiltrate late game if they're already occupied throughout all the spaces?
That's a really good point. Oh, he went for the Hasta la Vista skyward dive to rotate outside of here. Can't recover the banners from the other 2 members of Dynasty, but you get to escape with your life. And I like how you highlighted, Tiff, in these beginning engagements, you can boost up your Evo shield, especially for the squad to come out on top from the 50-50 engagement. But these elongated fights are ones that I am not a fan of, because like you said, with so many teams that are already taking control over the rotation as quickly as they can, they definitely are getting word of the fighting that is happening over here by No Name south of Overlook. And look at what just happened to Rondon. He got beamed by that wingman. I felt like I heard 2 to 3 shots right there off the rip, and that wingman took him out. It's Uchaku, Hierarcha, and VJ now moving in. They have the high ground, and they got the purple Evo shields to rep it.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? VJX was able to grab that opening knock, and some people forget that this man is a playoffs champion for Split. I believe it was Split 1 in EMEA for 2022, playing under the new esports roster. It was actually alongside Postkill and Kashera, and we heard Kashera talking yesterday, right, about his team to watch. It was this one in particular, and I feel like one of these days I want to sit down and like talk to them about those days from the past, right? Because it's really interesting that they find themselves back in the same lobby. A lot of shifting here in EMEA, but these players, they all know themselves so incredibly well, and that just bodes to how they're going to play, how they're approaching these engagements. It's like, bro, I know this person. I've been through the gauntlet with that man. I know what he's thinking.
I love how you bring up the history for a lot of these players that we've seen. And that's why 2R1C had such an amazing pop-off performance in day number 2, where they secured 3 wins. Maestro Gaming, another team that we talked about a lot actually in day number 1 against the same group A versus B, where they actually secured themselves top 5 in the overall leaderboards, but they had their particularly strong games on World's Edge. They were unable to replicate that on Stormpoint, but in the middle of this rotation and with this fight still happening, Tolkien is still on the last legs of Dynasty. He says, I will duke it out if I have to. 1v3, I already went through the gulag off the rip right now, and if I have to stay on top of this tank, I will.
If you want me, come and get me. Well, I'm looking at VJX. They got the jetpacks on the back. Let's see if he decides to fly up there and kind of eliminate, because like this man is literally holding on to every bit of angle that he can possibly find, dipping, dodging, arc stars. But come on over to Geyser. We're no shy to action. Vex Gaming, very aggressive and want to get early in on the action. I know Tyler and Unlucky not very happy about where they're standing in the overall kill leaderboard, so aggression is going to be happening as they engage here and quickly eliminate Maestro Gaming.
We're just talking about this team, and they were in the middle of their rotation, but in the line of sight of Vex while making their way to third party is Foot right now. They're rotating on the outside of the building. Cyril comes in, so the Cyril already utilized in that previous fight. With Foot now trying to take some shots, Taylor gets annihilated by the Nemesis here. Iffin's gonna be able to rotate on the other side. Don't be mistaken. This is no Beast of the Hunt out here. He's on the Bangalore. He sends out the Rolling Thunder coming in right now too, while trying to take control over the high ground of this building.
Look, I love that they were here to take a third party onto Vex Gaming, because there ain't no party like a third party, but you have to think about the timing and then kind of get the information, because you want to push into a third party where you feel like you have that clear advantage. But Vex Gaming was able to reset from their engagement with Maestro Gaming so quickly that there was no like low health that they were walking into. So you can get that. And they already wasted a lot of utility at the hands of Foot Esports over there. And I think they've realized that, hey, maybe we should chalk it up and rotate out. This isn't going to be a good engagement for us.
While all this was going on, it was just a matter of time. A token did go down, leaving our second squad to exit out of this lobby with Maestro Gaming and Dynasty. But Esports now trying to engage on the team exiting out of the tunnel. I like how you talk about the reset that we saw from Vexed earlier on too. That's incredibly important, because Foot unfortunately just mistimed that third-party opportunity. But what's important to note is the legend compositions out here. The Catalyst being able to reinforce those doors, guarantee that they're going to be able to reset properly with another fourth party rotating in. Incredibly important with these control legends.
Yeah, it really is. You were talking about it in map number 1 about the cost of burning your utilities, as Liffin is still taking some shots, but only has SMGs up close, and he needs a little bit more heavy hitting at distance. And yeah, even with the small buffs to the R9, it's pretty commanding, but not necessarily just yet. It's one of my faves for kind of in-your-face action. You can see a Dark Veil going out in the distance, and Foot Esports not necessarily letting go of that engagement with Vex, but here in Geyser, there are so many choke points leading through this while people are looking to rotate up towards that epicenter area for the next zone. It can really draw a lot of attention, Vicky.
Yeah, while this fight is going on, I'd like this option from Vex to rotate through the Lava Siphon choke point, because just as you were mentioning, Tiff, you know, with the chaos going down and the disparity as well from the high to low ground, uphill, exiting out of Geyser, it could be super chaotic for the squads that could try to gatekeep south of Fragment East. 2R1C, we were talking about them before, and they're still dominating out here, exiting out of Overlook. They're still able to find so many other kills here on the outskirts of where this next circle is going to be pulling, but this is also a really good spot to rotate into that next circle, because you have a lot of those high ground rocks to rotate on top of. You could try to contest the other teams, and this is an aggressive spot for 2R1C to really shine with the type of playstyle that they play, as aggressive as it is.
Yeah, I mean, VJX kind of tweeted, hey, I'm excited for Sunday. I love the performance with the team. And honestly, I'm really excited to see how it pans out. We've got a listening queued up for 2R1C, so let's jump into the comms and hear the action.
Pushing.
Nice. I'm with you.
You need to play together. I have Seed on me.
Yeah, he is too. Should we push the Seer?
Push the Seed on me. Push the Seed on me. Push the Seed on me.
The bang got it.
Yes, it's on roof.
On
It's two guys now. Pop in the back.
I'm playing below.
Baby low.
Cannot touch it. Boys. They might push me, boys.
They are focused on me. They needed me.
One drop on me.
I'm coming.
Bangalore.
Algs, nice, you win that.
One HP. 1-1-1. 2-1.
Behind Seed.
2-1.
Oh,
They're all low. I see it right above you, Jerkis. I'll go.
this is not low, yeah. Nah, bro.
Well, coming back in, unfortunately, it was a rogue flank that ended our 1C's journey here in map number 2, with La Cité de France coming out with the advantage and all of the resources to take on to the next zone.
Unfortunate circumstance of that fight when they were feeling themselves playing on the edge of this circle too. You can hear the comms coming in how disappointed they were at the end of with their mistakes, but the Cité de France are feasting now. Sitting with just 4 points after exiting out of that first game, like you mentioned, all the loot that they could work with after what 2R1C was able to obtain at the very end.
A little bit of a reset and a well-timed rotation. We think of where that ring is going, Vicky. We saw it strategically pull over what looked like would be epicenter. And if the rotation is kind of proving to what is going to happen, it's actually not going deep into epicenter. It is going to be pulling just to kind of the western area and even a little piece of fragment. And you can see they just got scanned by a survey beacon, and Morningstar's in fragment with that early action, and it's all chaos. This is going to be Babis from Danish on the other side.
He's trying to play parkour real quick on the zip lines while trying to restabilize here. They lose out in 7, unfortunately, here, but playing inside of these buildings in fragment, like you talk about, look at the circle on the mini-map. It's probably going to continuously push towards the southwest side of fragment, but they're getting beamed by a charge rifle in the distance. They're playing this as a duo, and the Alliance is looking to restabilize inside the other neighboring building in fragment.
So you think of which teams were able to really grab that last-ditch ring console to kind of paint the picture of where they needed to hold, because fragment endings can provide a lot of chaos, and if you're not holding that particular instance, and I mean, listen, going absolutely in, and it's going to be Taylor and Noth last standing. Dark Veil coming out, so maybe they can draw some attention, but it is Noth that needs to make it happen with a revved-up Rampage able to put the finishing touches onto LCDF, but it's not over. There's an EMP, and Ascend wants in on this.
It's a near huge for Ascend now, coming out with Kashira activating that EMP and finish off what was left of Foot after they get taken out. 15 squads left in this lobby, and it's nice to know, aside from Ascend, Phoenix Legacy is also rocking the crypto. It's nice to see that diversity coming through here in this lobby with crypto still being used. I know Outplayed with Shex is also still using the crypto, and now Ascend gets to walk away with the gold R301, one of my personal favorites here in the hands of Lufka, and they're also going to be able to rotate, and they have to rotate soon because like we saw in the mini-map, we could take a look at the overhead map on where this circle is going to be pulling. It's going to get chaotic with the inside of these buildings already being taken by some of these teams in Fragment West.
Yeah, I'd be curious to kind of see where Ascend is looking to post up. You think back to Split 1, and they were the kind of earliest rotating teams who would typically have that zone calling on point. But now, deciding to play edge, we're talking about the adapting and knowing what the team wants to play and making sure everyone's on par with kind of what Kashira was talking about, just making sure that they're playing what's comfortable to them. I know that we've seen great things out of Kashira on crypto, and even more so when he was picking up Bang on the last match day that I got to witness. I thought it was impeccable. But Vexed Gaming taking that very outskirts of this ring, they know there's a team kind of directly in front of them thanks to that seer on their team at the hands of Matafe.
Yeah, they know exactly where that Lone Warrior is from Game of Drones, right next to them. That's going to be Jules, just looking to bunker down. So curious to see where this next circle is going to be pulling. Usually when we see these Fragment West circles, it can pull towards the bridge, it can pull north towards the outskirts of Epicenter, but the team that has the high ground over that epicenter area is going to profit off the teams that are forced to focus and rotate outside of Fragment. The last member of Game of Drones gets taken out as Vex Gaming get the information that they needed from Matafe.
Look, I'm telling you, one lone heartbeat from the Seer passive is your worst nightmare. Ratting is near impossible, and you know you're going to capitalize on that. That's just another KP they can add. But now we need to think of that long game, right? How many teams are left? Where do we want to position ourselves for victory? At this point, it's now not focusing on how to survive. It's how do we win this? What is our future like to set up for success? When you think about where this ring is going and Ascend, they've already lost out on Kashira and kind of cut between a Rock and a Jenny. They're able to eliminate heroes, but the question is, who's got the Moby on their team? Kashira usually always has one impact, but with it out of the crafting rotation, did someone grab it?
That's a really good point, and the fact that they won't have the drone themselves, since it's Kashira who is the one that gets lost here in this fight, to go without putting themselves in a vulnerable position to get that res, playing in between two teams. It looks like they're playing off the south side with some natural cover with the Icicles exiting out of Epi. There's still that squad that's to their south, but if this squad does try to push on Ascend, then they could get put into a sandwich position between Horizon and Fire Beavers that could just overlook them on the high ground and just take some shots. Now, this is the position that we were also talking about with the circle pulling in this direction. The team that holds this high ground, King of the Hill, is going to be the squad to profit off the other teams that are forced to exit out of Fragment West.
And I think that's going to be the tough part because it's all fun and games playing outside the zone to be aggressive. But when it comes to rotating into a POI that might have some height disadvantages for you, and a lot of people are not running Horizon to be able to use that grav lift to kind of reposition themselves in terms of height, everyone's trying to result to hitting that Valk ult. And Fire Beaver's on your screen. Something I want to note, Vicky, a lot more people electing to pick up that Rampage as opposed to a G7 Scout for mid-range, and it's working out impeccably well. Impulse throwing down the bang ult and kind of using it to reposition around just on the outskirts of the northern area of the ring.
You know that charged up Rampage goes crazy out here. My eyes are watered. The Arc Star putting in work on that player's leg real quick. Fire Beaver trying to restabilize, but they're all clumped up together. Pops the shield bat at the same time. They were basically booted off this high ground, but this squad that tried to profit with the Skyward Dive didn't get the results that they may have wanted. Playing up behind two of the knockdown shields, Night Impulse with the pings to let them know that they're literally won. Morningstars gets eliminated, and with 8 squads left, playing King of the Hill up here is going to be super difficult to restabilize.
In a way, Impulse just kind of gave his life to allow Oiren and Taskmaster to kind of heal up. And even then, we're kind of just waiting. Was it worth it? Sure, you could potentially go grab the banner, but trying to pull someone in late game is not necessarily going to be the easiest task to be done. 8 squads remaining, and as we pull closer and closer towards Fragment and more away from Epicenter, it's Horizon Union, currently second on the day, that are really kidding themselves out for success once again.
I love it. We were talking about this team for a reason. They had that amazing performance in the last day here too. Let's jump into a listen-in with Horizon Union to see what their next moves are going to be with 7 squads still left in this lobby.
We need to focus on the scripted team, okay?
I'm coming.
They're like on my ping here. They're going to try to walk up. Do you have Bangle or no?
No, I used it.
No. Okay, keep your serial. We have to fight the scripted team. Don't EMP. Don't serial before the EMP.
They used the EMP for the fight before.
75 red. Crack one. What? Serial. Rest me. Serial them, rest me. Q them as well.
They're pushing up.
Rest me.
I'm doing it.
Yellow and Savage. Play DT.
Can we run
I'm
back?
popping the bat straight away. No, I can't. Pop a bat.
I have to try and run back here. I'm batting.
I'm walling. I got knocked.
I'm gonna drop.
What? How do I get knocked there?
Fail me. There's a guy.
I know. I'm healing. I'm healing.
I'm trying to drop down to you guys.
We're safe here.
I'm trying to drop down to you guys. Careful.
That's not crazy. This is not good.
Careful above.
Go here.
No. Building is gonna see you.
I'm coming towards Savage corner.
Building or busy.
Smoke it.
I don't have smokes. I don't have
Okay.
smokes.
How long?
Wait, don't shoot him. Wait.
Just wait for
2
smoke.
seconds.
Don't shoot.
1 second.
I got cracked above us.
Above. Right there. Shoot him.
I'm gonna slide back.
I'm shooting them. Cracked 119.
Just slide down if you need to.
Play on the wall with me.
Arms over me.
No.
How do I die?
Play behind me, maybe. No.
Just get as much as you can.
This is our high ground now as Ascend boot Horizon right off of what could have been the god spot for them here. KCP is still fighting inside of these buildings, but sooner or later, they're going to start rotating into the line of sight of Ascend, who are in such a good position after getting Kashira back.
Yo, we can't ignore that, Vicky. I'm sorry. Del just one-clipped that man and went for a full-on reset for KCP that are holding the last building from Fragment inside that zone. And I'm sorry, that just, whew, let's go Del. That was insane. I think Nasky was talking about it the other day and he was saying girlfriend buff. It's real. I'm sure Del's girlfriend is losing her mind right now, but you said it best. Ascend with that high ground. So now I feel like we're watching a game of chess.
Who's going to poke their heads out first with the high ground going in favor for Ascend? And they got the Jenny to play off of in the back end here. What is going to be the move here for KCP while the chess pieces are moving?
Just kind of have to bide our time. Nasky looks like he's going to be the one to peek his head as he moves towards the fence. It's tagged up a little bit. Post-kill. One of the most aggro Watsons I've seen.
We are not alone. Look
Oh. Like a game of cat and mouse, Vicky, and Ascend is ready to take this victory.
The calm before the storm for this team, breaking down the team compositions that we get to witness right now. KCP, they have the Catalyst wall, but how much is that going to do justice for them with Ascend being on the high ground to just overlook the wall? It comes up here, they're going to rotate to the right side, they get some time to buy, but they're still in the line of sight of Ascend.
Yeah, I mean, these are just angles that Ascend has, and with a 30-30 grabbing some opening damage, using that Dark Veil is their last-ditch effort to try and make something happen, but Lufka's just going to jump down, grab the opening knock that they potentially need a Nasuke down, and you gotta think, sure, Zane's able to grab a trade, but this should be all they wrote for Ascend. The health advantage on post-kill alone is impeccable. They just need to bide their time.
I still love the patience here, despite Ascend having two-man's advantage right now versus KCP. They come out on top as your Game 2 winners. Amazing position for Ascend, and I love the communication that definitely came out of there. You could hear it with the way that they were playing right there. 3, 2, 1, drop down, focus out on the one straggler that was put off to the left side, while that Catalyst wall also worked as a double-edged sword for KCP.
Look, we always talk about not overextending in endgame scenarios, and Glitter, I know you saw a lot of interesting endgames that could have went one way or another, but welcome back. Curious to hear your thoughts on map number 2.
I heard you guys talking about it during the cast too. I was the most impressed with the timing and the decision that Ascend made to push Horizon Union off of that spot and take it for themselves, because that alone was what allowed them to win that game. I mean, while that was all going down, KCP was clearing literally everybody else out on the city side and the southern edge of that final circle. And there was a point where I thought maybe Alliance would be able to do something there. They go down, Danish goes down. Not surprised that after KCP's performance, though, they get a second place finish to follow it up.
Look, consistency, consistency. And I spent a lot of time yesterday listening to those KC becomes specifically because I wanted to hear how kind of the adaptation was going to go around with including Zane on that roster now. And Vicky, you know, we saw them in London. We knew kind of how their ability to adapt around playing around subs and new players. But wouldn't you say this is a complete world of difference from what we saw in match day number 1?
Yeah, they have that consistent third that they are now working together with their chemistry and the synergy together. And I talk about it a lot, but it's always nice to highlight the energy and positivity that Nasky has as an IGL. We've heard it from him actually in the first weekend opening a pro league for the split, where he talks about how he believes everybody should voice an opinion from his team. Yes, he tries to direct everything, but he likes to hear the opinion of his other two teammates. And with Zane being included in KCP's lineup, the heavy fragger that he is, they cleared up all of Fragment. Yeah, they had to play off the low ground, but that's all we talk about. What an insane play from Ascend at the very end that was, because they also got Kashira up while booting Horizon off of the God spot.
And I think that's a valuable point, right? You mentioned it. They got Kashira up in endgame. Like, everyone is surrounding them. The fact is they were able to reset, and it was impeccably done. So let's go ahead and look through some of those highlights that we witnessed in map number 2. And Glitter, I know you were taking a break, but you gotta run it back for the contest, right?
Yeah, honestly, I was worried that it was going to happen again. We had a little bit of a slower start this time around. Everybody, I think, calmed down after that first match right out the gate. Felt it out a little bit. Dynasty, though, I am appreciating that they are willing to be aggressive that early on.
Yeah, it's just so clean. And honestly, a lot of the aggression that we saw from 2R1C, I think back to kind of pre-playoffs there for the J-Lings boys when VJX was playing under that roster. And they were talking about how they were relying on a lot of their micro fights, right? So taking the aggression to players. And Vicky, this was really tough, right? We thought things were looking to be kind of all about them, but one flank from LCDF completely turned that around.
Yeah, also 2R1C is the squad that rotates out of Climatizer, so they were able to get involved in that early third party happening in Overlook from the very beginning. But Lucite France coming out on top from that fight, and then they got third partied by Ascend with the entrance of that EMP was a cherry on top right there, because they got involved with Foot Esports, who cleaned Lucite France later on, and then Vex Gaming, as we saw right here, was able to get the last member of that one player right there too. So Ascend, despite losing out on Kashira in a very chaotic fight in Epi, they were able to then take Godspot, which was insane because a lot of the action was finishing off in Fragment West.
Ooh, I love all the Watson action from Ascend, from Phoenix Legacy. It's well-placed Jennies that are just kind of really turning the tides into some of those fights. I mean, you guys know that the Interceptor Pylon, it regens 250 shields. So if you place it in a fight where no one can shoot it, and obviously blocks all the ordnance, but Pioneers, right here, I don't even want to talk. This is the moment that made me so happy.
I mean, watching this, it just really felt like we were watching the first game again. Their fighting has been so clean. Even if they weren't able to close this game out, I mean, what can you really do against Ascend in this scenario? We watched them try to do whatever they could, whether it was the wall, but the shots out of Lufka dropping down there just kind of sealed the deal at that point. There was no way for KCP to really recover here, and Ascend was going to close this one out. But from both of those teams, phenomenal performances, and even going a little bit farther back into the game, there was also a point where I thought Fire Beavers might do really well. They had kind of gone out to the edge after they dropped, they looted up, and then waited for a lot of people to clear out, came back in at the right time, and I think they just got a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because two members of Fire Beavers were back healing while Impulse was kind of trying to do cover fire and suppress for them. But let's go ahead and run it back. I want to look at that final circle one more time because I think Ascend played this to perfection. The ability for them to take their time, not let kind of the win get away from them by being overly aggressive, because they didn't have to do anything. The fight was going to come to them, and we eventually see that Dark Veil come out from KCP, Vicky, and you running it back, do we think that there's anything else they could have potentially done here?
I honestly, aside from that Dark Veil, Zane was the only one that could fly up there. He was gonna get shot if they try to use a Skyward Dive. That was just gonna be them dying off the rip anyways, especially with that slight little delay once you do land. There's no Horizon Q because KCP is running the Catalyst here and Valkyrie. We have seen different variations of Horizon being involved to counter the Catalyst Dark Veil, but that's not part of the KCP lineup. It was really Ascend who got ahead of this rotation, who got Kashira up once again, and despite that Dark Veil coming out, they still 3-2-1 the one player that they were able to call from KCP that was off to the side on the other side of that Dark Veil, and it was them in uniform making sure that they could beam one player at a time as a team, because even in that overhead cam while they were holding on to the high ground, they look incredibly scary with them focusing down on one player.
Ooh, and then you see Lufka kind of yeet himself down, and Glitter, you were the one to kind of talk about that. We've made kind of little remarks about how Lufka is Ascend's Pokemon, and we just kind of send him out to do battle, and that's kind of what I thought of when you mentioned that.
And he didn't miss. Okay, he knew what he had to do and he made it happen. It was a phenomenal way to close out the game on behalf of Ascend, and you can see that reflected here. The kills, 11 kills for a 23-point win for Ascend, followed closely by Pioneers. Like I said, these two teams right now are looking very strong with still one more World's Edge game to go.
Well, you have to think of like how these match 2 results are going to shake things up. You've got Vexed Gaming down in 10th, but with 10 eliminations. So look, if I'm going out and not taking a lot of placement points, that's how I want to do it. Strong showing from Lapai Totem as well with 8 eliminations. But let's jump on over to the back half of our matchup. I'd be curious to kind of see, because some names that we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast, 2R1C, right? 4 eliminations before they kind of went out to LCDF, who eventually did not go out very much further after them. And I'd be curious, you guys, let's think about how these first 2 maps of the day kind of panned out, and will we have a new leader? I don't know. Let's look at the series results for the day thus far, because I am, wow. Wow, Glitter.
I mean, okay, Pioneers, that is a massive point gap to have right now after just the first 2 matches. It's not that it's not closable. We still have lots of time left in the day, but to start off that way, everyone else in the lobby has to be a little bit scared, Vicky.
Yeah, sheesh. Talk about the damage that Zane put down on the board. I know he took #1 in the overall damage leaders for this split, but 43 points to start off the gap after 2 games alone. You guys highlighted it perfectly. Talk about consistency. You took game #1 with 15 KP to your name. And then game 2, sure, you didn't come out on top. You didn't have Godspot like Ascend was sitting on, but you took 2nd place with 7 KP, and that's how you're going to be able to build that gap between yourself and that 2nd place spot that Horizon Union is sitting in.
I mean, just overall impressive, Glitter and Vicky. And honestly, that's just only after map 2. So you have to think, what is KCP doing? And clearly it's working. And I couldn't be more excited for Nasky. You know the boys are hyped. But I'm going to kick it back over to you guys both, Vicky and Glitter, because we've got map number 3 on the way.
Thank you very much, Tiff. The day is just flying by, Vicky. We are already about to be done with World's Edge. This is the last match on that map. And I'm waiting to see now at this point who's going to stop KCP, at least on World's Edge.
You know what, Glitter? I'm just going to say it. It may be Storm Point. That may be what can stop them. And I only say that because time and time again, from when we see from KCP and how they find the results on World's Edge versus Storm Point, they usually perform a little bit more lackluster on Storm Point versus their performance on World's Edge. But who knows, because in that first day, in that first game, they were also the first team to go down on World's Edge, although they did turn everything around game 2, where they did end up winning. But I also think that this is a very momentum-based squad, and when they're feeling themselves, they could bring that in. Now, without wasting any time, though, Glitter, we still got the same 50-50 going down between Game of Drones and Dynasty. And this has been interesting because it's been the back and forth, the leader of the high ground, per se, and Torge is the first one to go down.
You know, I was wondering if they were just going to give it up for the third match and maybe back off a little to try to at least guarantee some points for themselves, but it seems like neither squad wants to be the one to give it up. And once again, Game of Drones goes down to Dynasty. That cannot feel good to start off your day on World's Edge, because now they're done in this map that way.
Yeah, it's been the back and forth, too, because they didn't find this exact luck game number 2, but they definitely did game number 1, despite having the health advantage when we noted the purple Evo shield going in favor of Game of Drones. Now, Dynasty are going to at least take a breather, but for how long before what we've seen from 2-1, 2-3, rather, from Uchaku, Hiraka, to start making the rotation away from Climatizer right now? They usually like to get involved in those third parties, and I was saying 2R1C out here. I've just mixed over my words. It's Climatizer. They are going to be able to rotate down to the south after getting that information from that beacon to see where the fighting is happening. They're already rotating towards the survey camp area, and we can already see where this next circle is going to be taking us in Thermo Station, where Alliance is going to be feasting.
I was going to say, is this Alliance's time? Will this be not the second place finish, but the first place finish that they have been looking for after their performance yesterday? I mean, there's no reason for them not to be able to set up shop here. They will have all of the information they need at their disposal with both consoles. I mean, this could work for them.
I like this early skyward dive. I love this from Ascend. This is one of the teams that are so good at predicting where the final circle is going to be pulling, and using the skyward dive early is obviously less risky than using it later in the game, where you're literally a firework in the sky for all these teams to take shots at you. But this is a good call on where the circle is going to be pulling, because you have the option with the 50-50 rotations to rotate onto the buildings right next to Ascend, where maybe one of those buildings aren't taken up just yet, but they don't want to take their chances. They're going to ease their way in. While we take a look at the fight happening already by Tree right now, it's going to be Vex versus Totem.
We saw this. No, this last time Vex fought here was against Morning Stars. So apparently everyone is just, this is where they want to be battling Vex right now. And it looks like it's just going to instantly kick off. Vex ready for that push inside, though. Matafe taking a little bit of damage, trying to hold that door and see if he can get a little bit of a heal off here. Unlucky coming in for the support as soon as that door is about to go down. He said, "You want to push, my friend? I'll make sure it does not work." And Reply Totem goes down to Vex as they hold this building.
Do it. I know you wanted to break the building. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. We have the man advantage up, and they clean up that squad. Totem out from this last game on World's Edge, and so finish Phoenix Legacy, another team that's very good at predicting where these final circles are. They try to initiate with the EMP, but it does get deleted on the outside of this building. That squad's just going to back off, seeing the fact that there's already the Watson fence perimeter lined up inside this building, and that the third-party opportunity is done and dusted.
Already down to 17 squads. Another very fast start to the last World's Edge match of the day. Phoenix Legacy getting themselves set up pretty nicely here as well.
Yeah, I found a death box.
For the time being, at least. And clearing out people that would have been in their way when it does come to those rotations. So, I mean, if today is the day of chaos, Vicky, I am here for it.
I always like to choose violence on ALGS days, but apparently these players do too. It's the calm before the storm with a lot of these teams making their rotation into thermal right now. I like how a lot of these teams have already situated themselves in where the circle is going to be pulling. Because we've seen a lot of different final circles here, especially when they pull towards the building to the southwest side of Thermal Station. Thermal, though, are trying to take their chances here on the high ground. They have the Skyward Dive of anything, but with their team composition, this is a good spot for them to hold, and they have the EMPs to delete the other Watson defense lines, just making a perimeter on the side where we're seeing Phoenix Legacy.
I mean, it's early enough on that for now this will be a solid spot for them to hold. They'll also be able to get a lot of information on where everyone else around them is going. So if they do eventually need to drop down, they'll have some idea of where is safe. But now we're checking back in with Fire Beavers, obviously very far away from where they need to be right now and finding themselves in a little bit of an engagement here. Playing a little bit on the edge of the zone, but honestly, they don't need to force any fight. They're a little bit spread out, so they're going to opt to back off and play this one a little bit smarter.
I like that option too. The circle's closing in right next to them. They're trying to see where these other squads are going to be rotating, leaving out of Fragment. Fire Beavers exiting out of Fragment with amazing loot, but not the best ammo that I'm looking at from Taskmaster. He definitely wants some more light ammo. Dipping out on 9 Impulse. He's a little too far away. They're going to try to give him some backup regardless, though. He needs some help. He smokes out, and they were pretty split up. Very uncharacteristic right here from Fire Beavers, but it looks like 9 Impulse was cut off.
Either way, they're used to playing inside of the red, and they should be fine. And now Vex does come across Morning Stars. Like I had said earlier, a squad that they had fought 2 matches ago. See how this engagement goes from this time. Last time SMS had disengaged, but Vex looks like they want to bring this to them if they can. Lots of the kits already being put down, and Vex is going to push this fight.
Huge here to use a Seer ult as well to get information on the other squad right below them here too. Gets that nice crack with the flatline. He's got one of my favorite scopes right there on the weapon, the 3 times. Tyler trying to take a different off angle, but not fully engaging. And I love this decision from Vex because with the lack of information, they do know that there is 2 squads here, but they don't want to put themselves in a situation where they can get third party while still holding this choke point, which is a fantastic choke point to hold for where the circle is going to be pulling.
Still doing a good job zoning. Does force the opposing Dark Veil. And that's actually from Foot. Totally different squad now making a rotation through the exact same area. Vex gonna stay away from that as they're wrapping around the other side of that rock. Foot finding themselves a shield crack. But this is just lots of poke damage right now. Everyone's leveling up those evos. No one's gonna fully commit unless they have some massive advantage.
Extended heavy magazine here. Level 2.
The slower pace here for our teams. They're just going to be able to loot. Not holding that same type of energy of the chaos from the very beginning, I'm saying. But obviously here, seeing this choke point that Foot is holding in, this is what we're bound to see with 17 squads still left and so many teams. If we got a look at the overhead and how many teams are already in Thermal Station, this is normal. A lot of these teams are holding the edge of the circle to contest the squads that like to late rotate in. Meanwhile, Foot, they don't have a Valkyrie. They don't have the Skyward Dive out here. So they're holding this edge because for that final circle positioning, it's going to be difficult, especially since they don't have that Skyward Dive, which, again, could act like a double-edged sword. But on the other side, it is Le Cite de France. They are one of the teams that still have that Valkyrie. But something better to note, they're rocking the Bloodhound out here, something that we don't really see very often anymore after the Season 16 changes brought in with Bloodhound.
Listen, in EMEA, we see a little bit of everything. They are just always rocking slightly different comps here for their squads, and it's one of my favorite things about this region. But we see Le Cite de France was trying to avoid Foot, opted for a slightly wider rotation, will find another team that they run into, but nothing too crazy that they have to worry about right now. A little bit of poke damage back and forth, and they're just going to be taking their time here, making sure that they are fully looted up before everything starts to kick off as the zone continues to shrink down.
While everything is calmed down right now, Glitter, I want to talk about the pick rate that we've been seeing so far today alone. Valkyrie still remains on top, right alongside Seer and Catalyst, so that has still been the legend compositions that we've been seeing the average team in EMEA rock. So that's why it's always nice to talk about some off meta picks that we've been seeing, like from Licite Defense with the Bloodhound, like the Rampart that we've been seeing from Alliance. Looking on the second page, you see Bangalore 35% here, Watson 20%. An uptick on Watson, which I noted after you guys were able to take us through day number 3 yesterday. It's always nice to see that change up. Crypto still being utilized, despite Ascend making some quick swaps day number 3 as well, trying Kashira out on the Bangalore. But it's nice to see this difference in dynamic here. While Dynasty make the rotation, they got the Hemlock at the ready, and they're pointing out some of the teams that are also about to meet them up in the middle of this rotation, but they're getting grouped by the charge rifle real quick while those evil shields are being charged up from the opposition.
Yeah, it's definitely... We saw how useful those Watson fences were yesterday in some of our final circles, so it's been nice to see how the meta has evolved even just from weekend to weekend to see what the teams are trying out. Dynasty finding themselves in a rough spot as their Seer does go down. Smokes will be useful here to try and go for that res and see if Tol can at least kind of keep off that charge rifle, but right now they're in an uncomfortable position. They'll be able to back off and reset, but they tried to go for the rotate, see if that side was safe. They're deciding it might not be, and now if they wrap back around the other way, they might end up running into Licite France.
And that actually may be exactly what ends up happening. That charge rifle is still being a thorn on the side of Dynasty right now. Want to know what site is being used by that squad on the other side, taking their time out here while Dynasty is trying to play off the head glitch that you could have on that uphill by the train tracks. But it doesn't look like they're opting to rotate around this gigantic mountain right here, Glitter, where Licite de France was able to restabilize. They have Sovereign on the Seer, so they have information that there is that team that's fighting, as well as the fact that they are engaging right now in a fight themselves. So there's a lot of noise being made, but if Licite de France is not careful, they're going to find themselves pinched by Dynasty right behind them in the middle of this rotation.
I did not think that things were going to kick off here. This is definitely a risky fight. The longer that it goes on for, that third-party potential will be massive. It looks like Licite de France decide that they want to disengage and not put themselves in that position. They did take some damage to their shields there, and it is Dynasty now finding themselves in a fight here and up against Fire Beavers. 9 impulse going down.
You mentioned it earlier, Glitter. Fire Beavers loves to play outside the circle. They love to rock those med kits and those syringes, but this is the risk that it brings sometimes for our squads that like to take their time by the edge of the circle. Dynasty was able to get that knock here, and with 17 squads left, they're trying to think whether they want to try to take advantage of the KP that they can secure here, or if they want to also utilize the fact that they can just go long in this next circle, take some circle damage because they got the meds for it, with 1 med kit still in the equipment pocket here of Tolkien.
This could be rough for Dynasty, though, because they looked one way and they had Licite de France behind them fighting somebody else. They looked the other way. There was a charge rifle in their face. You got Fire Beavers coming through inside of the ring now, and they're going for that Valk rotate. They decide all of those options sound terrible, and they need to get somewhere a little bit safer.
Oh, no. This is scary. Oh, they went for the choke point, but where do they land? They're gonna maybe play off the low ground here? Nope, they're not gonna play off the lip. They provide some extra cover to Tolkien. They had to split up after that Skyward dive because look how low the other 2 members of Dynasty are.
You know, I have a feeling they knew that that was going to be a little bit rough of a rotation. They somehow make it through, might be able to group back up and recover, but Fire Beavers also found their rotation in to be dangerous. They are now down to 2, unable to get 9 impulse back after getting knocked by Dynasty, and now they come up against Morning Stars on the low ground. Morning Stars down to 1 as well, but Fire Beavers cannot go up against the trio, having started as a duo, and they do go down, but now Morning Stars getting third-partied, and this is where all the chaos is about to pop off, Vicky.
Everybody is looking at them, and the fact that Wicked Sick is alive from start of fight on the other end, literally only taking cover behind these pillboxes, highlights how important these type of final circles are to rotate early. That's why we saw Ascend take the Skyward dive in the first opportunity to rotate in this direction. Vex Gaming also on the other side in some trouble, losing out on Not Unlucky. Certified still playing this out as a rat. You saw them finish off that other player on the other side of that platform, but so many different fights happening on each end of Thermal Station, and look at where it's pulling off to the side of where those buildings are.
look who's inside of it, Vicky. Horizon is inside of that zone yet again, somehow managing to set themselves up well for final circles every single time, as is Ascend, but Ascend's finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament here. Trying to at least fend off across the way against Alliance right now. And they do lose 2 down to post kill. They cannot keep up against the barrage because at that point, everyone was looking down at Ascend, and one of those teams was Horizon Union.
Horizon Union looking at Alliance like the Spider-Man meme and handshaking at each other at the very end as Ascend gets taken out in 13th place to R1C. They want to get involved. Where's their invitation out here while they try to duke it out on the high ground of these rocks? This is going to get chaotic so quick because this is literally third-party central where this circle is. I'm not even surprised that Alliance didn't fully send it here despite taking some shots with the Nemesis from a distance, because with their comp and with the Rampart, they could just set up the walls in the houses that are to their left. Now Vex are getting involved. They have the high ground, but they're getting shot at in the distance. They clean up one of the knock members right here, and Alliance are still finding some of the knocks on the other side with the 30-30.
I thought that for a second, Vex might save Horizon Union and instead go for the team that was on the exact same level as them. They go for the easy pickings first, take out Horizon Union, then 2R1C go down next. Vex are just picking people off. They have all of these death boxes at their disposal now, and if that is the final wave of 3rd, 4th, 5th parties, then they just gave themselves so much loot.
This is actually crazy. Especially since Alliance has still been poking at that fight the entire time, but they're not going to profit off that loot. Like you mentioned, it's going to be Vex Gaming instead. They're coming out on top with double red. They got the gold Evo. Alliance has not left from this high ground. It's Yuki out here, and he's got the Sheila ready to go, but he's going to hold on to it for right now with Alliance still poking some shots. Nice 30-30 shots from Effect on the high ground.
Alliance also has a really nice spread. They know that they've got the safety of the zone at their back with nobody inside of it that they have to worry about, so they're able to get some really good off angles right now. And they've just been comfortable. We talked about this might be the opportunity to finally get that dub that they were looking for yesterday. They knew that this was going to be a zone that favored them, and they've been doing a fantastic job of being patient. Phoenix Legacy going out, Maestro going out in the kill feed. Let's check in with Alliance and see what's going through their comms right now.
Thirst?
No.
Can you break that goo? I can drop down. No, not worth it. Not worth it. I'm looking. They're in the corner. I don't have nades. I don't have nades.
One guy's there alone. I'm gonna have one bite after this.
We need to go back to effect. We need to go back to effect and go for the outside. We need to go for the outside. I'm 0-1 right now. Peek in the balcony, Yuki. We need to shoot the guy across. Okay.
There's a loot there. Someone's playing there.
Fuck them. 140. Cross. Crossing. Go to effect. We need to get the loot. We need to get the loot on effect.
There's a team playing there.
Yeah, but we just need to push it. There's nothing else we can do. Get up the effect. You need to queue it and we need to cross. You just queue across when we run an effect.
It's very hard to cross.
I have 3 cells only. It's fine. We just have to send it.
0-1.
Just queue this corner. We send it. Send this corner. I can hold for now.
88.
I'm going across.
Holding.
Cracked one. Cross.
Flash
They're low. Look at the hell. Nice. I'm just getting loot. Dropping bats. 2 bats on the ground.
I took one.
Just play underneath.
I'm on here.
Grenades.
Above me. I did 100 to say.
Careful. Play underneath. We have cover.
I got any cells.
Dropping.
I'm in defensive walls. Thank you.
Careful.
Break it. Batting.
Get in my thing.
I'm batting too. I'm gonna get shot in the back eventually.
Come to me. Get inside.
Peeking. They
I'm
wall us.
looking over you.
We're fine. One peek in the wall.
I don't see the guy peeking.
Can you swing that? It might be. Shoot him in the back. On me.
Arms up here.
One flash.
I'm angle.
Open the back. Stay here.
Yeah, we just play slow. We have arms ups on everything. I'm dropping arms up on the ground here.
Yeah.
They're fighting. Take this effect.
No, not fighting yet.
Okay, I said
play safe, boys. Play safe.
I'm looking for nades.
Use my walls, please. Use my walls.
I got nades.
I have 1 thermite only. 1 thermite.
I'm just bird nading. 50.
Knock one. I got a bat.
Nice.
I'm 1 shot.
I did 80 survive.
Oh my God, Vicky, the chaos of the fact that Alliance was even able to make this push under here and has survived this long is just insane to me.
Look at this. Alliance still playing up the low ground. Hockey's looking to reset. Tyler on the high ground as Vex. He gets the final shot with the PK. He was going crazy. He gets the shield swap. I love this overhead, but it was just a matter of time before Vex goes down to the hand of Dynasty, RE45 in the hand of Tolkien, and now it's time for Dynasty to take a chunk out of Alliance's hands right now because they're playing up the low ground. They're playing up these shield walls amazingly, but there's no angle for Dynasty to shoot at. This is insane. Alliance says, we don't need to play Catalyst. These walls that the other teams are putting up for us, they're doing the job for us.
Vicky, do you see the rat as well? There is no possible way for Dynasty to really get third-partied right now. I mean, Startifight's just waiting off in the corner, Lights chilling while this fight happens, and Dynasty is now having the fight brought to them. Alliance trying to pop up and see if they can get any damage that works in their favor. Instead, Dynasty goes down. Token drops, and
No
it's punishing.
way.
Dynasty goes down to Alliance. Vicky, are you kidding me? All they
No
have to do
way.
is find the solo now to close out match number 2. 3, I don't even know where we are.
Alliance is going crazy. They're punching him through the Catalyst wall, says, come here, duke it out. He drops the weapon. He tries to go for a wall hop, but that was all for Alliance to win. Game number 3. I'm so glad we went into a listening to hear their plan for their rotation and to make do with the little meds that they had, Glitter. That's why, despite getting the crack onto Vex, it wasn't for the opportunity to send it on to them. It was for them to get the reset, play off the low ground, off the lip where no one could shoot at them. Are you serious? Tiff, your thoughts after game number 3?
Now, you perfectly spelled it, right? Had we not had that environment where we weren't on a listen-in with Alliance for that push underneath Vex, right? We wouldn't have necessarily had the context of what they were thinking. It would have just looked like a completely aggro push. But when you get the information that they're looking for meds, now granted, we would have seen it when they were started dropping the shield cells and the bats, but that was sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. And you were talking about it. You're like, hey, they don't have a catalyst. Like, what can they do to really reinforce this? There's no Watson. They're not gonna have the interceptor pylon to completely eat it down. And Vex is just using all the lethals and ordnance they can, just throwing it down. They're trying to get some opening damage. Glitter, it was the Wild West out there.
The fact that even though Vex had the superior positioning above Alliance, and couldn't use it because everybody else was starting to move towards Vex and they had to focus on the potential pushes from the likes of Dynasty and the other teams that were around them. If that push had happened by Alliance 2 minutes earlier, then there's a very real possibility that Vex would have just melted them, cleared out people under them, and continued holding that rock. The timing was perfect. The third-party potential was a huge help for Alliance, but then they just played everything else perfectly. When Dynasty dropped down and Alliance was still able to make sure they clutched that up, that was huge. They got what they wanted.
Look, and I'm sure the world got what they wanted when they were witnessing potentially more Yuki Rampart action. And now that they can once again prove that they can still win with Rampart in their legend compositions. I know, Vicky, you were talking about it. You're like, bro, I've been playing ranked, and let me just tell you, there's a lot more Ramparts out there.
No, that's not how it works. But Alliance is making it work with another dub under their name. Let's not forget what went down yesterday, all right, with Alliance. Alliance came out here and they were securing second place all over the board. It wasn't just on World's Edge, it was also seeping into Storm Point. With the Rampart, it's working. And in that position that they were in, it highlights the importance of those amp walls and the space that it clears. If another team wanted to wrap around and grief them while Vex had the high ground, they had to be met with the amp walls. So that still came in clutch, even playing off the natural low ground and the rock formation where they were out of the line of sight of the teams that did have the high ground.
Yeah, it's tough, right? You think usually high ground is king, but not necessarily in that particular instance. And you were kind of talking about it, Glitter. You're like, do you see the rat? We had a member of Start a Fight just kind of inkling over there, playing for placement. Well done, might I add, considering that's very impressive in a very seer-heavy meta still. So I feel as if, yes, they probably knew he was over there and just chilling, vibing, but it wasn't worth that yet. They needed to deal. Vex needed to take on Alliance first and foremost. And it's rather unfortunate that it didn't really work out for them, because I saw some people talking about it. They're like, yo, is it the Zephyr buff? Does Zephyr need to be on the desk for Vex to win? you know what?
Wow.
We've only had 3 maps thus far, and we're going to see how Storm Point rolls over. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights. You know, Vicky, talk me through this, because we witnessed this contest 50 million times. No, just only 3. But each time it's gone a little differently.
Yeah, it feels like it could just kind of bleed out forever out here, because between Dynasty and Game of Drones, they were duking it out each drop on World's Edge. Now, what is this going to mean for Storm Point for the teams that weren't able to secure early points into World's Edge? We also got to see a lot of teams, Tiff, rotate very early into Thermal Station, which is a necessity when it comes to some of those final circles that end up being a Thermal Station, where sometimes your only Hail Mary could be a late game Skyward Dive, and we usually see how that works out for some of these teams.
Yeah, it's usually a coin flip, if I might add, but that's where it starts to get tough. And you can see right there, LCDF with a clear disadvantage. They had been blinded by the cat wall, which is kind of wild, right? You think about what happens and the risk of running through the Dark Veil. You get slowed by 15%. You're blinded. It's just all around tough. But Glitter, you started popping off in this particular moment with Vex, and I was like clutching the fact that 2R1C was on the other side. It got scary.
I really thought that there was a split second of time where Horizon Union might be able to escape Vex because they were going to switch their focus, but they wanted to make sure that that low ground was cleared out. And that's why I was saying there was a possibility, had Alliance done that push just a few minutes earlier, for Vex to do the same to them. It was perfectly timed, and we can see how patient Alliance was the entire time. Vicky mentioned it when we were casting. They held that same building for an eternity. They did not move. They waited. They patiently poked to level up their shields. And then when they were desperate and knew they had to get some more meds in their pockets, that's when they finally make the push and held the underside of the rock so perfectly. They took damage time and time again, whether it was from Vex or whether that was from Dynasty, but then they finally committed to this push. They sent 2 up, left 1 below, and it worked out perfectly in their favor. It was a risky choice, and they just played it flawlessly.
Look, this is just absolutely impressive, let me tell you. And with Hackett kind of being the leader of that team, mouse and keyboard player, just hip firing the R9, a lot of people using the Nemesis, that eats through ammo. But as you can see, match 3 results Alliance, it pays off. 9 eliminations for a total of 21 points, but start a fight, this was everything that they needed. 9 placement points. A well done there for Ratting. But Vexed Gaming, Vicky, I mean 11 KP from that?
Sheesh. I mean, with the positioning that they were able to hold, I mean, they were literally wandering every squad off of their own spot. They were shooting at everybody. It wasn't just Alliance in their line of sight. Remember, they were basically holding on that top of the rock while in the line of sight of so many other teams that were exiting out of Thermal Station to the south where those buildings are.
I mean, it's just glorious. Let's hop on over to the back half. Pioneers, you know, rather consistent in the first 2 maps, but a little lackluster here. But of no surprise, they had a plethora of a lead that we'll look at later. Game of Drones going out first, not able to win that contest. And Fire Beavers, you know, we talked about them. They were coming in so incredibly strong, and I was kind of comparing year over year where they were at this point on points in split 1 after, you know, 3 match days. They'd only had 22 series points overall after. They are currently coming into this match day with 46. So even if they have kind of an off day thus far, it's okay because they're already further ahead than they were. But let's go ahead and look at the series results as they lie after we completed World's Edge. Pioneers on top, baby. Let's go, Glitter. Talk me through this.
I mean, with still maintaining that lead, Alliance, so this is a huge jump up the leaderboard for Alliance, just barely above Vex, who also have been having a phenomenal performance. And I know you're saying that Fire Beavers are having an off day, and they certainly are, but because of the points bunch that is Pioneers right now, it's still keeping Fire Beavers in a top 10 spot. So if they can have even one really solid game, it will completely put them back in the running for like a top 4. And then, you know, depending where everybody else shakes out, it's still anybody's game. And we all know that Storm Point gets crazy.
Storm Point does get crazy. I mean, look, this is ALGS. This is the second time these groups A versus B are meeting up with each other. And yeah, things are looking a little different. I'm not going to lie, but we do know that Storm Point do get crazy. So I guess it's only a matter of time before we jump into that. But before that, let's go ahead and introduce our special guest for the day. We've had a lot of legends on the broadcast thus far. And honestly, I'm really excited to kind of dive into the brains of Dia today. You know, We go way back, right? You think back to the Challenger circuit. I know Vicky was talking about it as well. One of my first broadcasts for Apex actually was in the EMEA region way back when, Dia. So hi, Dia. I know you're excited about this. How are you today? And what do you think of the action that we've seen thus far?
All I can say, Tiff, is that it's really fitting that I show up as we are seeing the Rampart meta continue to ramp up. I'm very, very happy about this. I've been waiting a long time, and seeing Alliance win just before this, there's no better feeling.
I mean, you're not lying. You're not lying. We know that you are a Rampart enjoyer. You have been waiting for all of the Sheila kind of montages, but alas, you're right, Alliance did win. And I know I was kind of ready to pick your brains in particular about a lot of the adaptations that we've seen some of our teams make in particular. And we always talk about, do we play zone? Do we play hard edge? What is happening here on World's Edge? Because a lot of the teams that used to be the early rotation aren't necessarily. And I think calling zones and knowing where they are in particular can really set you up for success. Speaking of teams like Horizon Union, looking quite consistent lately.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, just sort of, you know, when you have the map feed, when you're able to sort of compare the stats, Zone has very quickly become meta in this split alone, and normally we'll see that shift take place where we'll start off on one side and we'll go to the other as people start to adapt to the counterplay, to say a lot of people thinking that Edge is strong. But already in the course of just 1 week, we're seeing this total shift, and Fire Beavers have really exemplified that because they dominated the last time that these two groups went up against each other, and now, while they're still a very good team, have taken a significant step back to zone teams. We watched KCP perfectly predict 2 zones from the first ring close, and then Alliance, all credit to them, had a zone that pulled directly to their POI. Being able to set up early now is just the most important thing in EMEA.
Okay, I'm glad that we're able to start talking about this, and I'm glad that you brought up Horizon as well, Tiff, because there's someone that we have kind of been highlighting a lot here, Dia. With the teams that are starting to play so zone heavy, do you think that that's going to start changing things up for specifically Fire Beavers? Because we've talked about them a lot. They've been so aggressive, and then it's quite successfully too. But now that everyone's starting to figure that out, which we saw people struggling with in the first 2 weekends compared to today and yesterday, will that throw Fire Beavers off their game?
I don't think that today is going to be their big pop-off day, and I'm willing to be wrong. But in asking to make a prediction for the future, I don't think Fire Beavers are going to change that much, but the meta will swing back in their favor. One of you called it out on broadcast, but you're able to run Rampart because people are using Catalyst for you. People are doing other things for you, and as that starts to become more evident, as people start to adapt and find more places in zone where they can play, you're going to see this shift back to Edge where Fire Beavers are already comfortable. For them and for most teams in EMEA, I'd say just continuing to play your game is the best thing, because when you do eventually dip back into zone, Fire Beavers are going to be there, and they're going to be way more comfortable in that style.
Ooh, I love that you brought that up. It's always about continuing to play your game, play the legends that you're comfortable with. It's all about the team synergy and the focus, and I think that's always going to be kind of 90% of the overall success equation. And you know, a team that's obviously been doing this, you briefly mentioned them just a few minutes ago, it's going to be Alliance, right? Your winners of map number 3. Now, granted, that zone was very, very close to their drop spot POI of thermal station, so I mean, no surprise there, but kind of walk me through some of these moments, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, so Alliance, in this first game, they did have a pretty rough time having to transition out from underneath the bridge, but when it does eventually pull over to thermal, they have the best spot. And there's a reason why thermal zones always end with thermal teams winning them. It's not the same thing in Fragment, but you have such a differential in time for where you're able to set up, and they picked the right spot. Alliance setting up in that far southeastern corner, have a lot of space to look at what the other teams do. The big decider being that play where they took the fight up against Dynasty, just using that initial break that I think you got really excited about, Glitter. As soon as you see that big damage dealt, they're able to transition in, knowing that the other team has to reset, has to bat, and can't 100-0 them on the way in. So perfect timing, and Apex Legends is a game of milliseconds.
I'm so glad you guys have been talking about the different comps that we've been witnessing and the play styles that we've been also seeing from a lot of these different teams. And I know, Dia, I talked about it in the first weekend that we saw Alliance come out with the Rampart. I mentioned you. I know you and G Dolphin are thriving out here, but I have to ask you the next question. With Alliance adopting the Rampart, I know at one point we saw Ochaku try out the Rampart in the first weekend too. We're not seeing it this time around. Do you think other teams are going to try their hand at trying to use the Rampart, or do you think this is just kind of like a key thing for certain teams that feel comfortable with the Rampart to utilize it to their best potential, since we still see some teams going for things that they feel more comfortable with rather than follow what is the meta currently?
Yeah, I think that Rampart is such an interesting pick right now because of her interactions with Catalyst, that teams that succeed with her are going to be partially based on comfort, you know, whether you have somebody who likes playing Rampart or not, but a big part of it is whether your IGL is in a position to predict what other teams are doing. Rampart is the most successful in these games when she's able to like set up her walls under cover of other Catalyst walls, be able to whip out that Sheila sometimes. In those individual skirmishes when nobody's using cooldowns, it's not that fun, and she really thrives in the chaos that other teams are creating. So if your IGL is able to predict, these people are going to use Cat Wall here, and we're going to make use of it now, then you're going to do great. And it really does come down to whether your team is in an active position and your IGL is looking to get more aggressive. If you're not, you're probably better off avoiding Rampart.
Ooh. I actually really like all that insight, Dia. Thank you so much. As always, it's a great time bringing you onto the broadcast. And honestly, I can't wait to see what all that brain has is in store, because you feel like you know Rampart through and through, and obviously the EMEA region all together. So thank you so much for hopping on here to kind of break it all down for us.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. I love talking Rampart.
No, he's got way more knowledge. Don't let me fool you. Like it's always Rampart though, and I think that's kind of interesting, and it all reverts back to the one word that I keep hearing throughout the entire day is chaos. Chaos is everywhere, and it is going to stay because we still have 3 more maps left of the day. We are going to kick on over to Stormpoint. But before that, I want to give a huge shout out to the Challenger circuit. Let's say you want to kind of challenge some of the ALGS teams that are in, well, your first kind of matter of way to get into the Apex competitive is through that Challenger circuit. Registration ends on March 22nd. Tournament starts on March 25th. So it is happening. If you see someone that inspires you, I know I have some friends that have recently got into Apex competitive themselves and are looking to announce and kind of get a roster together. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first time that we talked about this on the broadcast, my friend said they had like 300 plus signups. So Challenger circuit is absolutely zooming. So make sure you get a roster, find your trio, and maybe throw in some Rampart for Dia and us, because I can't wait to see you dropping in with the Challenger circuit. And now that I think about that, we finished 3 maps. We have 3 more left on the day. We're gonna send Vicky to a quick break, and I am going to essentially, I guess, portal Glitter over here now. Yes. Hi, Vicky. Glitter is here to safety, and we're gonna be jumping on over to Stormpoint. So now that we think about it, I go on back to kind of what happened in our first Group A versus B matchup, Glitter, and at this point in time, Fire Beavers had already had 1 map on World's Edge, but things got really impressive for them on the back half of the day. They had 2 back-to-back wins in games 5 and 6.
Not to mention that not only did Fire Beavers do well, but similarly in pattern, Alliance picked it up in the final match on World's Edge with a 2nd place finish, and then came through with a win on the first Stormpoint map. So both of those teams have potential here to continue doing well in Alliance's case, or pick it up a little bit in Fire Beaver's case.
I love that you highlighted all that. And I think to specifically this POI in general, when Phoenix Legacy was talking to me, they were like, we will potentially be contested. And as you can see, Danish is going to look to drop over here at Checkpoint, contest against Phoenix Legacy. And their kind of matter-of-fact strat is to hit a ring console. And I feel as if Checkpoint is one of the drop spot POIs on the map that will likely have a survey beacon and a ring console, and oftentimes has crafting. So it's a rather strong POI in my point. And Phoenix Legacy, their goal, sitting on triple purple, by the way. Okay, look, if you're going to have a contest, that's the way to go. They need that ring console information, and if Danish is going to deny it, you know, that's going to be a little rough for them.
Right now, though, like you're saying, with all of the loot at their disposal, they are looking pretty comfortable. You can see the armor difference alone would clearly go in Phoenix Legacy's favor here. So Danish is going to play that a little bit more conservatively here, realizing that it might not be the best time to push in, back off away from there and just give that to Phoenix Legacy. So like you were saying, now they've got the loot, they've got the information, and that could be a really strong start for them.
Look, and I think this is smart. Danish taking that early rotation out, want to hit that IMC armory and prioritize it. Sometimes in that contest, you can kind of do the poke fighting, as Vicky would call it, and you're kind of armor checking who you're going up against. And if you see a team off rip with triple perp, I'm out. Like, I don't even want to mess with that. Yeah. Taking the IMC armory, getting your smart loot, leveling up your Evo shields, and being relatively safer is better for the long game, but it will draw attention.
I mean, we'll have to see what happens here. I don't know if after yesterday I'm ready for more Tridents, but Game of Drones decide to go on a little bit of a drive here, get themselves away, and continue on this rotation. And you were talking about drawing attention. It looks like Lecite de France might want to get involved.
Look, I think this is smart, right? Like, it can go a couple of ways, the Trident dipping out, and they can just bide their time here and just decide, hey, is this something that we want to make happen? And one of the things that I love is if someone does enact to run Ash, which we're not seeing in this particular instance, is you can actually phase breach in once it opens, maybe try to go into a corner and completely catch them off guard. We're obviously not going to see that here. And I mean, look at aimbot dropping down, peeking through the window, probably one of the scariest sights I've ever seen. We always feel like somebody's watching us, right? Well, the aimbot is.
And now, as we're taking a look at the zone here too, we can see where that shift is going to be, and that heavily favors KCP right now. They have to be happy about that.
I mean, look, you know who also is happy about it? It's going to be Phoenix Legacy. We knew they didn't leave for a particular reason. They get that ring information. They're not going anywhere. They're going to set up shop in their drop spot POI. You also have 2R1C making their way into checkpoint, but the issue is, you think of all the playable areas in checkpoint. You have your 3 buildings to the south of checkpoint, which KCP looking to be taking a lot of space down there. 2R1C is either playing up top or underneath the left side of checkpoint. Horizon Union making their way in, but Fire Beavers, who seemingly play outside the zone and take a lot more ring damage than maybe some of the other teams in the EMEA region, are making their way in. But hey, here's that fight we were talking about, Glitter. It happened.
It was bound to happen eventually, except Danish now looking significantly more looted up. So this is a fight they're going to be comfortable taking here, making sure that they have got a decent spread with all of the enemies in their crosshairs. Still trying to focus the ones down below. We've got one on high. Fricks getting 2. So Danish looking very strong.
I mean, look, they're doing everything that they need to do. They're able to grab some eliminations. LCDF not going to be able to take Danish out. I know they were kind of poking, prodding, watching them very eerily, if that's the word for it. And Danish is able to enact their vengeance, now sitting in 11th place with 11 points overall. I'd be excited to see kind of what they continue on for themselves. But for the most part, they get all the loot and are looking strong. They just have to focus on their rotation. And you can see all the Watson fences that are kind of taking space around checkpoint. And very interesting to note, Hyarka over here on Watson taking presence, currently sitting on white, which not too bad. You just need to do, I think it's like 150 damage to level it up to blue, and you can poke and prod and use that Jenny to heal up without burning your meds.
We saw 2R1C across the way from Phoenix Legacy. We're watching Totem go for their rotation, trying to make their way through, try to focus everyone that's around them as well. Jurassic can be a little bit worrisome. Sometimes they do see checking that wall behind them and making sure that as they go through this doorway, they're not going to have to worry about anyone following them from behind, at least for long enough to make it through safely. And right now, they're just, everyone's got to find somewhere safe. Totem is going to be so far behind some of those earlier rotators.
And that's tough, right? Like, It's really tough to think about like your timing, because timing is of the essence. The moment you drop into a map on Apex Legends, that counter starts, the clock immediately running, and you want to prioritize your rotations and know that if you take a little bit too long on engagements or looting, that it's going to completely change up the rotation patterns that a lot of these teams have outlined for themselves. And Alliance, you know, map 3 victors coming on over to Stormpoint, they land lightning rods. You think about their rotation that they're going to have to make to get all the way to the western side of the map. Typical rotations from like north to south, you're going down in distance, right? The verticality, but like you're pretty equal footing, and you've got to make your way to the complete other side of the map.
Checking in with Foot Esports now, who are also looking quite comfortably looted and trying to find their way through their rotation. No one in sight right now for them. This is a surprising amount of inaction in comparison to what we saw on World's Edge. Now that we've moved on over to Stormpoint for some of these teams, I think as the day ticks away, some of these squads are realizing they need to get some points on the board and might need to play it a little bit more safely.
Teams realizing about points, me realizing that I don't know the right amount of damage needed to level up a shield. It's 300 glitter. And when I say some things, do you ever say things and you're like, yes, oh my gosh, that was so incorrect and it's gonna eat me alive for the next 5 minutes?
Yes, all the time.
Why are we like this? Why are we like this?
You just pretend like it never happened. That's what you have to do.
Sometimes I do that. Sometimes it doesn't work, but I feel like that's what our teams need to do. If you have like a bad game, pretend it never happened. GG, go next, because it's not going to be the same. Fire Beavers in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, finally finding the action that they so desperately needed. Now, my thought process is, will they be insta-thirded? Can they survive the initial engagement? Because you look at this overarching view of the map, Fire Beavers, Ascend, 2 incredible powerhouses that are totally different, and it's very interesting to see because we heard Kashera talk about it. You were on the broadcast during that interview, and he had mentioned that Fire Beavers would just completely roll through EMEA through and through. So I feel as if you're gonna meet Fire Beavers in that early game, you beg the difference. You're like, I don't want this, man. Like,
I know. I'm interested to see how they decide to handle that. Probably try to avoid taking that fight this early on if they can. There's still 18 squads left right now. We're checking in with Pioneers, seeing what they've got going on. One of those teams that had just started off the day so incredibly well. And if we're comparing when these groups last saw each other, struggled a little bit more on Stormpoint than they did on World's Edge. But I feel like the team that we're seeing today, we can't even necessarily compare to that first day.
No, it's completely different. Yeah, their comms can be a hotbed of chaos. If you listen to KCP, you never know what you're gonna get. Look, I was watching yesterday. I was doing a little watch party for myself, watching you guys, watching their comms, and it was, I was speechless. I learned a lot of things, but overall, you kind of get a sense of how they interact with one another, and they're just bros, right? And yeah, they play really well, but you're right, they're in a complete different setting, and you beg to differ. You think about 2R1C, you know, Jarovic no longer on the roster, they're bringing in VJax, and I'm just like, how is that going to mesh? They were looking good in scrims, taking the top of the leaderboard, but scrims are not pro league. And I'm ready to see kind of what they beg to differ for all the things that they've maybe tested out. Rotational game plans, you hear about it. Like, they're like, you need to test out the game plans. And Pioneers, everything that they've tested, I mean, I'm sorry, everything that they've cooked, my bad.
Yes.
We know Nasky is out there being the chef. Everything that they're cooking up is working.
All right, I think we have a little bit of a game crash situation here, so we're gonna jump back out, hang out with us, and let that get situated. There was a lot of good that we learned, though, from that first match, and one of the things I was gonna talk about right before that happened was the fact that we were watching, we kind of caught the tail end of it, but we saw KCP and Startify going at it a little bit, and watched KCP go on a health disadvantage and play it smart and back off and not force anything. And it's just another reason that I really love the way KCP is playing today.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, Glitter, every time that they step away from an engagement that's a little bit disadvantageous to them, and I feel like it just shows a level of maturity for KCP and Nasky. Like, I feel like they're leveling up in that realm, but let's go ahead and take a look at the kill leaderboard thus far. I really get excited about this because I didn't realize how many players actually really love this. I mean, obviously it makes sense. We want to see our fraggers succeed, but they take this into like a level of competition amongst themselves. And check it out. I mean, Tyler is not going to be pumped, but at least a member of Vexed is up top, Glitter.
To be fair, it's very close. The fact that it's every placement is separated by 1 kill going through the top 4. That just shows how strong of a performance every single one of those players have had. And I chose Fire Beavers for my team to watch yesterday, and OJ was still in the top for the kill leaderboard. And all 3 of Fire Beavers are up here in general. I mean, even if they're not having a great day today, a slow day for them is still a decent day for some of these other teams.
Yeah, one of the facts that I brought up that I was kind of just thinking about, and I love that you highlighted that, because you have to start thinking about the future and where we were looking at in terms of Split 2 playoffs. And the goal here for our teams is making it into playoffs. So thinking back to Split 1 and how some of these teams were kind of setting themselves up at this point in time, kind of after the first round robins to make it there, Fire Beavers had 22 points after the first round robin. They have 46 coming into today. So that's already a world of a difference better. But you look at teams like KCP, they had 41 points from the first round robin, now only at 34. So, I mean, not necessarily tracking too different there, especially with the addition of Zane, and they're looking really strong today. So I know that they're going to bounce forward.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up that points comparison for Fire Beaver specifically, because obviously we're focusing on Split 2 right now, but there's a whole season of information that we're tracking, teams, players, everything that's going into it, because I'm looking all the way forward to champs, right? Once we make it through the whole thing, and everything will come into play for these squads. They're learning to evolve as the season itself is continuing on, and things are going to be so different months from now from where we started with the new season a week ago.
I mean, look, everything is changing. Everything's adapting. It's just a constant state of evolution. That's what Apex is. And it really makes this game so incredibly fun. And one of the teams that is adapting, and we've been talking about them quite a bit today, and it's because they're showing up, they're showing out. It's gonna be Kansas City Pioneers. I would love to look at some of the moments that they've had recently, especially with the addition of Zane. Now, I don't want to like constantly harp on this, Glitter, but Zane really popped off at London as someone like, look, I've still got my note cards from London right here, and I literally have here for Zane, made land with no competitive experience. 6 tourneys only on his Liquipedia page prior to, you know, coming in through a preseason qualifier.
I don't think that that's a bad thing to keep talking about, because it all ties into everything we talked about. We're trying to get people to sign up for challengers because they can go from challenger circuit to come in here to be in ALGS and be playing on this stage. And it can really happen that quickly. We went from not knowing Zane to hyping up multiple 1v3s, and now he's on one of our top squads for Split 2. And that was a very real, quick, and natural progression. And right now, KCP has, like you were saying before, they have demonstrated such a level of maturity. They feel like such a cohesive unit when we are watching them in their team fights. Clearly, their comms are fun, but also really good if they're working that efficiently together. And there's someone that we are going to be keeping our eyes on for the rest of this split.
Look, I mean, there's just so many teams that you could keep your eye on. And I love that you brought that up, that very real progression of moments that you can have in your career trajectory just from essentially being a playmaker in one instance on a global level. That just goes down to it. Like, you could literally be starting out in that challenger circuit, and there are plenty of ways to find yourselves into the pro league by qualifying and by getting noticed. We see so many different things. I mean, you look at NA later, you've got tripods finding deeds in a ranked game. Like, it just doesn't matter. It just means that you want to work hard, you want to be the best, and you want to be a team player, because that team synergy is everything. And that is one of the biggest things that I think you can take into account whether you're competitive in esports, whether you're competitive in normal sports. It's always your mentality, your hard work, your determination, and working well with the people around you. I mean, I could go on for days about it's just attitude, Glitter, right? Like it pays off and good things happen.
That's why we can't not hype it up. Okay, we have to be able to really drive home all of these players' stories, because whether it's changing rosters or coming up from nothing or trying to play in a meta where nobody has any idea what's going on for a couple weeks straight, everyone's just kind of figuring it out. I mean, it makes this entire league that much more entertaining, and it also just proves the level of talent that we have in our pro league, because our players can deal with all of those changes and then still put on these insane performances.
And I love that you brought that up too, because it's like we have so many talented players, but think of all the people behind the scenes, all the talented coaches and analysts and community members that are constantly in the community forums, whether that's the competitive Apex Discord or that's the Reddit, that are breaking down all their analysis on their own because they're watching this and they want to be involved in it. And they're like, who is going to make Split 2 playoffs? What are the chances that so-and-so competing at this level that have already performed after the round robin now have a chance of already qualifying? It's absolutely beautiful. So, I mean, granted, thank you guys for having some patience with us while we kind of kick back and reset up lobby number 4. And I'm thinking about it, right? Phoenix Legacy, man, that's the first team that I'm going to watch immediately going into this, Glitter, because that ring was so in Phoenix Legacy's wheelhouse. But we'll have to wait and see, because now we're going to be a little shaken up. And honestly, I want to see it go Fish Farms. Give me a Fish Farms ending.
The chaos. You said you liked the word chaos for today. That is chaos, Tiff.
I mean, look, they got the Mirage à Trois over there, and it adds for a completely different dynamic. And, you know, I don't want a ring that includes the Mirage à Trois in it, because just think of the high ground advantage that a team would have if they just sit up there. It'd be like the fortress that you could never penetrate. You're not even going to be able to lay siege to that POI.
You know, I want to go back to one of the things you touched on too, which is those points, because it's something we talked about a lot yesterday as we get to see where this first zone will be. But I know it feels like it's early on in Split to be talking about how much those points matter to make its playoffs, but it's not, because some of these teams have had such phenomenal performances that there is a threshold of points that need to be hit to pretty much guarantee your spot in playoffs, going off of averages from the previous split. And a lot of these teams are creeping up on that really fast. And once teams start making sure they're qualified, anyone else who's playing catch up is going to be in a really rough spot.
Ooh, you're not lying. I look to our map overview. Alliance getting blessed with a ring console and a survey beacon up there in Lightning Rod. And honestly, that POI is really starting to grow on me. If it's so strong for Storm Point, you can just take that north to south rotation. You've got the IMC Armory. You typically get crafting as well. And another nice POI is the wall. It's seemingly always fought over, and Maestro Gaming looking to go on a little bit of a contest here. And I mean, I can't say I blame them, but that Mozambique, look, I've seen some wild strats with it. Sometimes you can have a beat go crazy moment, and others maybe not so much.
I mean, we've seen lots of contests at wall, but now we're back at the Armory. It looks like Danish is looking for a fight over here yet again. Not too dissimilar from what we saw the first time around. So maybe things are going to be a little bit closer to what we saw, and we won't even notice there was a difference.
I mean, look. Young Hong Kong out there swinging around that Watson heirloom, and no one really kind of inting and taking into that fight. This time Danish, they're gonna hop in a Trident and just take the leave. They do not want to go about that. As soon as LCDF kind of got inside the IMC Armory, it was time to just leave. And now that team is actually pushing into the chokehold against Danish, and Frix is falling incredibly low, but they got the opening knock onto Yushako. This is 2R1C, Hyarka down as well.
Okay, I have questions.
Do we have answers, Glitter? Do we have the answers to R1C lands downed Beast? They probably saw the engagement between LCDF and Danish and were like, hey, let's third party this. But to follow.
Yes, that's my question. Why chase that down? I mean, sure, they both had tridents, so they could have kept up, but they didn't have the information they needed to know just how injured Danish actually was. Was that going to be a safe decision to continue chasing that down, especially in a potentially really lethal choke, because you don't really know where L'Équipe de France went either. So that was a really risky push.
Look, high risk, high reward. They could have walked away with 3 KP, but the opening damage was just too strong from Danish. They did incredibly well and handled themselves nicely. And as we look to it, KCP has also made themselves into the wall, and a lot of other teams looking to join them. I see Game of Drones. I see Start a Fight. We've got Danish looking to make their way just all the way on the right outskirts in the area where we usually see Optic Gaming a lot back in the day. Over in NA, that was kind of their area of the wall that they like to play, but it's going to be tough. But you've already got a Dark Veil out, and we talked about this. We talked about the cost. We talked about the utilities of usually using your ultimates early on. If you burn them and then get pushed, not only that, but you're drawing attention, the audio, the visual clutter. And if I see a Dark Veil out, I'm thinking someone's rotating or they're getting inted on or fought right then. So I'm going to turn my attention immediately to that.
I feel like right now, a lot of this is just grandstanding. I mean, especially when you look at the shields on Game of Drones, and it's not really a situation where any of these teams are going to risk too much to push out of a building and take a fight, or push into a building and take a fight. It's so early on, and there are already so many squads trying to hold real estate here that really blowing things up that early would not be in anybody's best interest.
You say grandstanding, I say peacocking, bro. Immediately my brain goes. They're just kind of fluffing their feathers out. They're like, look it over here. We're going to do this. But no, most of these teams do carry ultimate accelerants, which if they do have to burn an ultimate that kind of maybe wasn't the right time, you can just eat a couple ult excels and go from there. But Horizon Union currently 5th overall on the day, trying to make their way over to the wall. And what in the world is Willem doing from Outplayed, my man?
That?
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, have you ever seen those people in pubs where you just like have an octane pad? You're just like jumping on it, looking for the last team in the lobby. That's what I thought was going on right there, but that's not the case.
I know what you're talking about, though.
Not me doing it. Not me looking for attention over there on the octane pad.
I mean, that was a free KP there for Horizon, as well as, you know, making sure that their area is completely safe, that they don't have to worry about anybody right now. A little bit of free loot, and they'll just be able to continue on this rotation and get themselves moving on through towards this zone. Very central zone. Obviously, everybody anticipating it going to wall, which is why we saw so many teams move in there early. But nothing will change here for a long time. Once most of these buildings are nailed down, people will just hang out until their hand is really forced. And we did see this happen last time, where everybody set up wall thinking it was going to be here, and then it pulled south just a little bit and everyone had to leave, and that's when it got a little sketchy.
Yeah, that will have all of these teams kind of collapsing upon each other, looking to take their exit. But for the most part, you're right. I think you're going to see a lot of grandstanding here, a lot of seer queues going out, looking for information on the other teams, checking their armors. Who could I essentially take on a fight? But let's say KCP armor checks SMS at some point and it's like, hey, maybe we could take that fight. I don't necessarily think it's good, because how many people are in wall at this particular time? It's like, play your game. Dynasty still in checkpoint, electing to craft. We see armor being crafted, helmets on the floor, so it looks like they upgraded to purple. You've also got the light mag in the crafting rotation today. Oh my gosh, look, I didn't even realize the crafting system was kind of up on our screen over there to the left. Glitter, I usually memorize it prior to the broadcast, but oh, shout out to the production behind the scenes, man. Let's go.
Production will give you all the information you need at all times. I love it. I love it. And now that they're done getting their crafting in Dynasty, a team that we have watched all on World's Edge, really committed to their early game aggression and it working out in their favor quite a few times. Now playing a much slower game, not having to worry about any 50-50s here. But as I say that, I might have just cast or cursed it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and think about rotations, though. Yeah, Dynasty is going to be in an engagement with LCDF, but Vex is over in Stormcatcher, and typically on rotation, you want to look for, do I need to craft more bats? Is my armor on point for the end game? And can I hit a ring console and maybe find out more information towards that end game? Because if I can be just a little more certain of which side of the wall is going to pull, like you said, sometimes it can kind of pull out prior to a POI, and you would find a lot of information there. So Dynasty on your board, just kind of making their rotation in.
Scan this area.
Kind of got a little bit nervous there. The Dynasty making sure they're playing this a safe way, swinging wide, and honestly, now that they're away from any of those other squads, they should have a pretty free rotate from here to make their way in. It's going to come down to whether or not they decide to go all the way up north and try to get into the zone that way where everyone is super, super congested right now, or if they try to sneak in from a more western approach.
Ooh, I actually really like this, but I can't imagine that someone's not watching this zip line here as you look to enter into the wall. It's a little more safer than per se a grav cannon, but maybe chilling out underneath for a while and trying to play some audio cues on knowing if teams are moving on the inside, where they're kind of particularly at. Because the moment you take this zip, if there's a team nearby, they're going to hear it. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, Sabs immediately has it fenced off even. Very brilliant.
This will be huge for Phoenix Legacy, able to kind of gatekeep here on one of the few entry points for teams that are late rotating in, keeping themselves safe, but also keeping everybody else out and forcing them to change up their game plan. As you can see, that's exactly what Dynasty is doing, wrapping back a little bit farther south and going in on that western choke to try and get themselves a little bit of space inside the zone.
See, this is kind of interesting, right? Dynasty is just looking for a way of how are we going to navigate getting into that zone, as so many teams have already made their way into the wall, and not having information, being denied it. You really need to look for like a survey beacon. That way you can only hit that, maybe see the influx of where all the people are, look for a safe rotation in. Vex Gaming, third place, kind of still over in the area doing spiders, wanting to like maybe sometimes when you grab all the spiders you can get good scopes or maybe level up your mags, just some fun things. But they're kitted. I mean, 2 purples, a red, looking really solid for endgame.
To be fair, Vex have been scary all day, okay? Even on games where they're not getting the placement points they want, they've been aggressive in getting KP on the board. So they are a team that people are going to want to stay away from. We saw some more squads rotating. Vex now going for that Valk rotate to get themselves over the mountain and now into a safer area in the zone. And on the less populated side of where everyone is starting to try and hold some real estate. So they might be able to find a safe place to land as long as not everyone is staring at the skies.
I mean, this is tough, right? You think about where we saw outplayed. Very unfortunate here because it's, you know, there are so many people that are in this vicinity, have already occupied these buildings. And yeah, Vex actually survived with taking minimal damage off that ult. And you look here, LCDF making their way in, still inside the zone, and Dynasty have finally found an engagement they were looking for. And Vicky called to it, Psycop on the Bloodhound. You know, even with the season 16 changes, I still like Bloodhound.
We've seen Bloodhound actually be, yesterday we saw Bloodhound being super useful for some of our teams. As I say that though, unfortunately, Bloodhound does go down on Le Site de France, and now they find themselves in a little bit of a situation needing to not only heal while taking damage from the ring, but also trying to stay in this fight with Dynasty. And Dynasty are going to be able to just gatekeep them here. They don't really have to force anything unless they want to. And this is a solid spot for Dynasty. They know exactly where Le Site de France is. They know that they've got a massive health advantage and that they're going to have to try and get a res while also getting their heals up and then pushing straight into Dynasty.
Ooh, you see the ultimate accelerant being popped, so they're kind of gearing up. You want to clean this out. The thing is, there's a lot of teams that like to play edge, and it can be a little interesting. And I think LCDF has the right idea here. taking the Valkyrie. They've deemed this their only choice, but they were so low on health that you can see this is exactly what's going to happen. Yolu immediately being dropped from the skies, and now he's just going to fall where he got knocked. So now two teams are looking to make their way over to the wall. They don't have their Valk, and the fact is they had detached prior to Yolu being knocked, which is nice, so they could keep going.
Not to mention, they also can't go vertical because that's currently being gatekept by Phoenix Legacy. But now we're checking in with Maestro, who's going up against Vex right now. Lots of back and forth. Maestro down to 1, Vex down to 1. Matafe, no shields right now, trying to win this fight. The Thermite does come out, which forces the Valk out of position, and Maestro Gaming is eliminated. What a save there by Matafe.
I'm sure Unlucky and Tyler are sitting there like, that's my IGL! That's my IGL, clutching up those ones. You've got to win the 1v1 at the end to clutch for your team. Beautifully done. Now he can get the 2 fraggers, Tyler and Unlucky, back up. But Fire Beavers looking to find some action as well. They're the ones that pushed out. They heard all of the action that Dynasty was going into, and, you know, they decided they wanted a piece of it. So now, look at that. And even LCDF, they doubled back. You know they were pushing for the wall that Phoenix Legacy was kind of anchoring off, and now they're poking at the Fire Beavers. Look, don't poke the Fire Beavers, okay? I'm warning you.
I mean, you had even said it yourself. You're like, this fight between Dynasty and Lecite de France has gone on for a long time. We've got teams that like to play edge. Specifically, Fire Beavers was directly below them and potentially headed that way in a rotation. It did not go well for Dynasty because of it, but now Horizon Union find themselves in a little bit of a back and forth here with Heroes, and this is where everyone's going to try to force themselves in to start holding a place. The zone is shrinking down, and people are finding themselves outside of it. Horizon Union down to 2, trying to escape. You can see Phoenix there on the bottom, giving himself a little bit of space because there's so many teams around this area right now, Tiff.
Look, this is an all-out chaotic mess that we were talking about. You got 2 Seer exhibits. You have the Bangalore ults that are out. Talk about all the audio and visual clutter on your screen. And Foot Esports, they're on the rooftop just trying to find the cheekiest of angles. Horizon Union has been so incredibly consistent, but Foot Esports is looking to put a damper into it, and utilizing the Bangalore smoke to smoke off the LOS of surrounding teams is probably the best utilization of just trying to keep alive, right? You're on that very edge of the next zone, and Liffen is just frying shots.
Somehow Phoenix has escaped over to those shipping containers, so we'll have to see if he's able to rat for Horizon at this point, but the team that has the high ground here, I mean, Foot's going to be comfortable for a little bit. They will eventually have to push off, and that will just become a game of timing to see which squads move out first. But we'll check back in with everyone that's been holding their positions over at the wall. Everyone's been quite comfortable here, not really forced into much. But as the zone continues to get smaller, you can feel everyone's getting a little bit antsy here, wanting to see when these fights are going to kick off. Alliance on the outside looking at Totem, also knowing Vex is inside. We saw someone's Dark Veil get put down. At this point, Alliance might be able to really disturb some of these teams that aren't set up in buildings already.
Alliance, Vex, so many powerhouses left in this lobby. And unfortunately, Vex poked the Fire Beavers and won that engagement off screen there. So no Fire Beavers here in map number 4. 15 squads remaining, and amped covers going out for Yuki. This begs to differ. Yes. Yes, Yuki. Oh, man. I'm going to have all of the Rampart enjoyers coming at me later. They're going to be like, look, here we are. Yuki's doing it, so can I.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's worked well for Alliance so far, but I'm not sure anybody else can pull it off the same way. They're holding their ground quite well, considering you've got Foot above, you've got Heroes over here, Ascend also technically looking down at Alliance. And all of these teams on that side of the zone will have to move very soon because the ring is about to close.
Ring about to close. Ascend missing Lufka out of the situation. They are able to get that banner, which is something that Ascend is so good at, making sure they've recovered the banner. And Foot Esports making a play, trying to get down this hill, and Taylor finding some great damage before getting knocked of his own. Just kidding, that was Liffen. Little switcheroo of the POV. Taylor full health, trying to get back up to it is Noth. and they are just dancing. The Dark Veil comes out, Seer ult in the distance, reply totem, Thorfinn and co looking to make a move on the remnants of Foot. Taylor goes down, Noth eliminated as well, so Totem able to win that engagement with ease.
That was a tough one too, because we knew it was going to be hard for Foot to push off of that roof. Heroes was under them, and they did clear out Heroes on the rotation. Also got Phoenix, the solo finally went down, but now everyone that's inside has to deal with what's going on in the outskirts. Totem's been holding this well as Sense finally been pushed off the area that they had completely fenced off. And this is going to be really hard. I mean, everyone that's been sitting inside is kind of laughing at everybody else on the outside, knowing that they've been safe and all of the fights are just occurring while they don't have to do anything yet.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Let's think back to the calls we were talking about of where this zone was going to potentially go. Would it pull outside the wall? No, we're going inside. So think of all the teams that have already made their way into it. KCP has been in this for the long haul. You also have the likes of Danish occupying the rooftop. They have the Watson Interceptor pylon coupled with the fences to make sure that no one can necessarily climb up on their rooftop. And you're going to have a really hard time kind of shooting the nodules as well. And we've seen moments where teams that hold the roof like that towards endgame can end up winning, but it's gonna pull off that roof, Glitter.
It's pulling off of everybody at this point. Alliance is making a move in to see if they can hold at least a portion of where this is going to end, but all of the people that think they're comfortable in those buildings are all going to have to move, and this is just going to be wave number 2 of what we saw happen from the last zone closing in, is people have to time when they leave the safety of their cover, and the timing can determine a lot. Pioneers are out first, trying to see if they've got any lines of sight on the people down below. I see Start a Fight trying to make a Valk rotate above and find somewhere safe to land. KCP do have this entire edge of the zone at their disposal though, and this could be huge for KCP.
Yeah, you've got to really think, you know, KCP able to find a good opening knock, Vex wanting to get on it as well. You can see from the Elim feed up right, it's just going to be an all-out brawl. They've got the Interceptor pylon up that's going to help kind of protect them from the nade spam that could happen. But look, they're completely full sending onto KCP. This is not what you want, and they get demolished for it. Zane, Del, they are not letting that push happening, but they're going to do enough damage and bring a lot of attention. And off-screen Game of Drones, Jules able to finish it off. Vexed Gaming out.
That was a very impressive hold by KCP. Vex going out takes a huge heavy hitter out of this final circle, and we can see you've got Danish making the final push in a solo from Start a Fight that's potentially about to go down to Pioneers, who doesn't want to let the solo in anywhere near where they are currently holding, and that is it for Start a Fight. We're down to top 3.
Top 3, you think about it, KCP, Alliance, and Danish. Lots of teams looking to kind of etch their names at the top of the leaderboard, maybe double down on some wins for the day, and Jenny going out, but KCP taking the underneath the bridge. There's so many LOSs that they're going to have to watch because everyone's going to be looking to take angles, maybe find that opening knock. And Alliance, they have Rampart in their legend composition. They can just throw down amped covers literally in the most random places. Yuki looks like he's in a maze over there between the bins and the walls.
You can see Alliance trying to just do a little bit of poke damage now, feel everything out, as everyone's going to be continued to be forced to the center. And we've seen Alliance use these walls very well on Storm Point in the past. They have not only used it efficiently for cover, but to keep people away from them, taking out the Sheila at the right time. Danish, though, because of their proximity to Alliance, are doing a lot of poke damage back and forth. And there's a very real possibility that KCP will just try to third this from a distance and wait it out and see what they can do, because no one's really looking their way right now until Alliance has switched their focus.
Yeah, this is tough, right? Noski just takes so much damage, but if they can keep pushing on Alliance, who has kind of found themselves in the middle of Danish and KCP, and push Danish to maybe send onto Alliance, then that'll be one less team that they kind of have to deal with. But you know that Yuki has been saving that Sheila for this entire endgame because it's all about the resources available in Danish. Full health advantage. You can see the Thermite is connecting, completely burning Alliance, and Yuki going down at the hands of Nasuke, actually. So Danish looking to find a good LOS, but want to make sure that they're playing their back as well, because they don't want to get walked on. Effect going down to 2 members of Alliance down. This is where things are going to get a little interesting, Glitter.
Alliance being in the middle of all of this was just unfortunate for them, as they do go down now, down to Danish and KCP. KCP has been playing this well, but Danish has the height advantage, but it does not work out for KCP. Danish did lose 1, and now they take home the first match on Storm Point. That was very well played by Danish, Tiff.
Look, they were showing presence. They had the Watson fences kind of anchoring down, taking space in that final endgame zone. So you can't really just full send on to Danish when they've got everything so anchored off well. Vicky, welcome back. Curious to hear your thoughts on that endgame. So many powerhouses. I know you were freaking out lying in the wait to see what was going to happen.
Yeah, I was wondering, you know, what flavor Danish is my favorite one. And right there at the end, I think I decided on a cheese Danish. Okay, so holding the high ground on the top right building to then find the opportunity to push in on what the last 2 squads were at the very end, KCP and Alliance. I honestly thought Alliance was going to hold it down, but then the fight versus KCP, after KCP rotated on the start of fight solo, which, by the way, start of fight always somehow comes out on these top 5 situations as a solo. I don't know how they do it. They just kind of like just rotate through each other as being the last one alive for this team. But Danish desperately needed that at the very end, because so far, I think before that game, they were sitting on 15th overall. So winning that first game on Storm Point is going to help elevate them in the overall standings.
I mean, you think back to the beginning of the game, Glitter. We run it back. We talk about kind of the fight that Danish was looking to enact, right? It was always against Dynasty. It was LCDF in the mix as well, near that IMC armory. This time they actually elected to take the Trident and get out of Dodge. And unfortunately, 2R1C met their fate, but I mean, yeah, right here, Glitter. Highlights on the way, and they kicked it off with ease.
And this was that moment where I was questioning the choice to chase Danish down in that fight, because all it did was give them some KP to start off the game, a little bit of confidence, and a little bit of loot to continue on that rotation. And in the long run, they ended up winning the entire thing. So they also had to, or we watched a lot of gatekeeping on the western edge of this zone, Vicky, and so many teams had to try and fight their way in with nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's always so tough. That's why you see usually a lot of teams early rotate. Very similar actually to the thermal station circles that we saw on World's Edge very early on when it comes to the wall, because once these bunker down teams rocking the Catalyst, rocking the Watson still, find their own building, that's where they're going to be settling down at the wall. There's no reason why you would want to give up that space early on. But I also think it's really interesting to see a lot of teams utilize the Bangalore way more on Storm Point, and I'm specifically speaking in Ascend's terms, where they made the swap off of the Crypto into the Bangalore.
I actually really like that change. Things work for them, and honestly, it's kind of interesting how many teams are finding digi threats as opposed to not having it in the crafting rotation, as we see Vex go out there. And you think to the weapon bins, you think to all the abilities, whether it's through spiders or, you know, doing prowlers, you can find really great scopes that way as well. But this is where Alliance really started to find themselves in a precarious situation, Glitter. They found themselves in between Pioneers and Danish.
Yeah, and it really was just this slight height advantage. Danish was never really forced off of their position, so they were able to just deal damage from above first onto Alliance and help KCP in taking out Alliance, and then just down onto KCP from there. And Danish was just comfortable. They didn't have to do a whole lot to get that win, because they had set themselves up so well from the beginning.
I mean, set themselves up well from the beginning. I mean, it paid off tenfold. 11 eliminations, 12 placement points, 23 total points on match number 4. Pioneers doing so incredibly well in the end game, taking home 17 points of their own, and Alliance finding 13. And then you go down a little bit further. Game of Drones finding more success and some good eliminations alongside Vexed and Reply. Phoenix Legacy not able to necessarily get any elims for them, but they do get some placement points. I'd love to jump over to the back half of match 4, and these are the names that, you know, definitely struggled a little bit in rotations. We were talking about how you're going to infiltrate the wall. Were you going to come in like the Night's Watch from Game of Thrones? No, just kidding. 2R1C, we're just not. 2R1C, unfortunately, chasing Danish kind of led to their early exit, but very unfortunate. I'd be curious to see just how match number 4 panned out on the overall series results thus far, Vicky. Pioneers still reigning supreme at the top of the leaderboard.
That's the consistency that we keep highlighting. Despite not getting the dub, yes, they won game number 1 on World's Edge, but it's the fact that they keep getting these top 3 situations to get second place, and with KP to their name. Look at this distance, 65 to 48, but that gap is closing from Alliance, another team that is usually really good at predicting where these final circles are going to be pulling, and they need to, looking at their team composition.
Yeah, Glitter, I'm curious. Any thoughts here when you look at this going into the final 2 matches of the day? Is there anyone in particular that you think kind of needs to step it up?
I mean, I was looking at this second page here, and I think that especially if we're kind of going off of what we could have potentially expected the first time we saw these groups go up against each other, I would like to see a lot more out of Maestro. I mean, 19th right now when they had finished 5th, I believe, the first time these groups saw each other. That is a huge fall off for Maestro, so seeing them have a bounce back would be nice, as well as, I mean, Fire Beavers, not that I'm worried about Fire Beavers, but I think just generally we wanted to see how much consistency we could get out of any of the teams that were at the top. And so seeing what they can do in these last 2 matches, like you mentioned, which happened to be 2 of the matches that they did win the last time these groups saw each other, would be nice.
Ooh. I mean, that's a really good point. Now that we think about it, Vicky, Glitter, I mean, will we see back-to-back victories here for the Fire Beavers on Storm Point? I mean, only time will tell. But before that, we're going to cut to a quick break. And when we come back, match number 5.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everyone. That break was super quick because we have so much action to get into. So with that being said, I'm gonna head out for a little bit. I don't know where I'm going. Maybe I'll take to the skies, and I'm gonna leave it with Glitter and Vicky because they're gonna be calling all the action. Take it away, ladies.
That's right, Tiff. We are keeping this thing moving. Vicky, welcome back. First match on Storm Point in the books. We're heading straight into match number 5. And after what we saw last time, we were talking about, could KCP continue their success? Well, yeah, apparently the answer is yes, they can.
And I'm not surprised. I talked about it a little bit on World's Edge just to mix things up a little bit, maybe get a word from Nasky later on if he heard me in the broadcast. But I was saying that this team is usually really strong on World's Edge. Can they replicate that on Storm Point? I was saying that, but they've actually have found a lot of consistent success on Storm Point. As you can see, even though they didn't take the dub, they still got second place. They're on another level when it comes to their performance so far in this split. And I like the mental reset because we saw from Nasky leaving London how he felt about his performance with this team. Incorporating Zane has done this team amazing things because they have that consistent third now rather than being flexible, which they have been able to do, but now they don't have to have that filler player now. That Max Strafey is going to be the sub for this team. They're going to have Zane to work with instead. You also talked about, Glitter, the teams that you want to see make the come up because we've seen them make the come up before. Maestro Gaming over here at the wall. This is a team that had pretty nice success at the very start of Split 2 alongside 2C, 1R, rather. This team now that hasn't really been able to find that success either. 2R1C, sorry. They were the first team to die in game number 4. But these are the teams that we're used to seeing pop off. They're not finding that success right now on Storm Point.
Yeah, I'm glad that we saw a portion of that, but because I was worried that they might still have the 50-50 at wall with Game of Drones. I think that we saw a little bit of just poke back and forth there, but Maestro playing this much smarter and opting to back off here, knowing that they're not super shielded up right now, and they want to not throw away any free points if they don't have to. Dynasty, another team that we've been seeing taking lots of early game engagements, looking down at Fire Beavers right now. Dynasty has been a surprise for me too, because they've been very comfortable, I've said it a couple times, with that early game aggression.
Yeah, and you know what? It feels like it's been a flip of the switch because this team needs that, because they were on the bottom half of the overall leaderboards, exiting out of their performance within the first weekend. Understanding that puts them in a place where they need to kick things up a lot. So getting a lot more aggressive, as we've seen on World's Edge, now on Storm Point, I'd like to see it, especially when it comes to these game 5s, Glitter. I've talked about this so many times before, but these are usually some of my favorite games to watch. And I don't know, I'm getting a little bit of PTSD right now after what we witnessed from an NA with the Tridents yesterday. I don't know. It was Pirates of the ALGS coming in from tripods, and KCP said, you know, we're going to go for our own rotation on these Tridents, take our chances, because it looks like we get an overhead of the circle after this engagement right now. It looks like we're going to be moving on to Shipfall and Gale Station, which is going to reward the teams that go for an early southern rotation.
I feel like that'll also make Tiff happy, because she was secretly wanting a Fish Farms ending. So at least we'll get something towards the south right now. But Fire Beavers still trying to look at Dynasty and go for this push here, or at least get some damage dealt. Make sure they're keeping people away. Nice!
Oh my goodness.
Shots coming out of Taskmaster. Now Dynasty might be in trouble.
You know what? You don't need a scope out here. You got the iron sight to the flatline. You got a purple mag. Let's go. And he's got the R9 to try to finish things off. Fire Beaver said, all right, we haven't been performing. We're on the second page right now, but with that 1 KP, they've elevated themselves to the top 10. Taskmaster said he's had enough. He takes to the skies to find any other stragglers left of Dynasty.
You know, as soon as they smelled blood in the water, Fire Beavers was not about to let Dynasty escape on that. The biggest mistake I think Dynasty did was even just looking down their scopes, looking down their sights at Fire Beavers from the top of that rock, because Fire Beavers wants to clear this out. They now have the entire western edge of the map to themselves. They have loot, they have free rotations, they can take their time and play the edge the way that they want to, and they've just set themselves up very well.
I love this. I love seeing this from Fire Beavers. This is the performance that we were expecting this team to have coming into today, especially looking at what they've been able to do in the EMEA region as a whole. Now with this nice overhead, we're talking about Shipfall, we're talking about these southern rotations, and look at where our teams in this next circle are positioned. These are the teams that have access either to a circle beacon or to the survey beacon in general. If they don't have a controller legend to be able to give them that set of information, they know exactly where all these other players are fighting and where they're sitting down in. Looking at Ascend, we talked about Kashira making the swap over to the Bangalore. It's basically the only change-up we've seen from this team when it comes to exiting out of World's Edge into Storm Point.
Trying to send here. Got the charge rifle in the hands of Kashira. Trying to see what they can do with a little bit of poke. I am not gonna lie, I was expecting a little bit more fighting for our Storm Point matches, and these have just felt so much more chill than what we saw coming in for World's Edge. Kind of a flip of the script with what we've seen out of EMEA today. But Ascend is just gonna hold this ground right now. They've been dealing some damage, and they're not gonna rush anything. You can see Heroes also on the inside, and there's no reason to force a single fight right now.
just the patience and the poking from these teams. I like how you highlighted how you don't need to force these fights a lot. It's about this positioning, and it's not like we're strangers to the way that Ascend plays. This is how they also play into their fitting play style, especially since they're one of the few teams rocking the Watson here. Vex Gaming. Creeping Barrage gets called in. They're dancing. They're moving around the missiles. Unlucky, trying to take control over the high ground before dropping right back down. Poking to see which of these teams are inside this building, but they've already booted their way outside of that. You can see the Seer ult right on top of Vex. But Taffy just taking a different off angle on top of the DBZ building right over to the other side. But a nice rotation now coming in off of the winners of game number 4. It's going to be Danish looking for an opportunity to repeat the same results that they were able to have on the wall.
Yeah, and it needs to, you know, we need to give Danish a little bit of a shout out as well, because they did play those final moments in the last match very perfectly, kind of made everybody play into their hands and make it work for them. As we see Foot now looking down inside of the armory here, looking to get themselves some KP. They've got the wall down. The bats are off. All their shields are full. And this is just going to be, once again, a timing thing. They can drop down when they want to and go for this fight, and it is Vexed who actually take out Danish. Vicky, I might have been wrong about it not being chaotic.
I mean, it's Apex Legends at the end of the day here, Glitter. That's what we love to strive for, and especially with a circle like this, Vexed coming out on top of that fight in Gale Station means that they could try their best to clear that side of the circle. Because sometimes with this pool of the circle, we see it actually end up exactly where Ascend is right now, and you could play off the little slight cover that this metal sheet broken off from the shipfall area provides you some actual little bit of cover. But that's going to be on the east side of where the circle could pull. We don't have that set of information just yet while we take a look at where this fight is happening. But esports are looking to call in the catalyst wall to make the rotation, play around it here with some natural cover of the crates.
And this is what they were waiting for, right? This is what I was just talking about there on the top, waiting to make a drop down. Bangalore ult comes in. They've got the wall down on the side, and they've got sightlines on Morning Stars. So this is just a little bit of Foot kind of taking their time. The only thing I don't love about this is because this is taking so long and they're using so much of their kits to continue this, it could potentially draw some attention their way that they wouldn't want. And I think that's what's happening right now.
Asking you shall receive, Glitter, and look at it. It's Alliance rolling in with the full red Evo. Probably took their time to craft that up on a replicator, but this is a team looking to stay on top, and what better opportunity to pull apart a team that was already engaging in a fight right in front of them, now desperately running to rotate into that next circle. But Alliance are up and alive after coming out with some KP to their name.
That is definitely unfortunate for both Foot and Morning Stars right now. Alliance just easily able to walk in and start picking people off from this fight. You see a couple still trying to hold off inside, but Alliance is also prepared for that. You're going to see all those throwables come down. The Arcstar, the Thermite, shield cracks galore. Effect is just waiting to make the drop in. It happens, and instantly people are being melted. Alliance is going to clean up Morning Stars after having pushed in to third party both of these teams.
Oh, the cleanup is real. Cleaning up on aisle 3 while Vex looking to make a mess out of things. They're on the high ground right now. Rolling Thunder moving in, playing up the little lip of the rock. 17 squads left in this lobby. Exiting out of this lobby was Morning Stars, Danish, and Dynasty earlier, and Vex Gaming looking to claim more heads, but not lucky. Gets pretty unlucky now. He's the first one to get sent down. It's Game of Drones to have the high ground.
Game of Drones taking out Vex. I mean, Vicky, that was definitely probably a surprise for Vex there, coming through on that rotation, and now Game of Drones have given themselves a little bit of breathing room here, and that's gotta feel good to also get that KP.
You'll love to see it from this team. They needed it right there too. Saw what was going down on World's Edge when they were getting contested in the 50-50 by Dynasty. Now Game of Drones Before this game, I believe they were sitting in 12th place overall with 15 points now. Yeah, you can see them right there, the bottom left-hand screen. Like how Rondon also has that gold extended heavy mag. Meanwhile, another fight happening on the north side of Shipfall. This is a scary place to be, but better if you have the composition for it, specifically looking at Eternal and how they have the Watson fences. But man, would it be a shame if an EMP just came and deleted everything?
Why would you say that out loud, Nikki? You are now the agent of chaos. I'm just waiting to see a drone fly through in somebody's peripheral and just completely screw up the entire defensive stronghold that these teams are trying to manage inside of these buildings. In the kill feed, we've got 2R1C going down and a little bit of a stalemate here with these Watson fences.
You know, Phoenix Legacy, they're the ones with the crypto drones. So regardless, you know, in the fight engagement, they will come out on top. But I don't see the engagement coming in only because looking at what's happening around them, giving up this building, even with the Watson fences, let's say another squad is in the area rocking the crypto or having the opportunity to take that same building that they're holding on to, they don't want to give up that space when the circle is still pulling in their direction. So probably holding tight until the second to last circle comes in. Alliance doing basically the same thing, but playing on the edge, which is great because they just passed a squad that they were able to third party. And in the eastern direction of where the circle is going to be pulling, what I said about Vex before they got cleared out is now applying to Alliance here. We're clearing out Gale Station is fantastic because they're going to be able to deny that rotation opportunity from the teams that want to rotate on the east side of where this next circle is going to be pulling when half the circle is already taken up by that gigantic rock in the middle between Shipfall and Gale Station.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call out as far as Alliance and where they're positioning themselves. They also know about who's near them. And don't forget, they had finished off Morning Stars when they went in for that third party, but didn't finish off Foot. So there will be Foot running around somewhere in the general vicinity as well that Alliance will be keeping their eyes out for, knowing that there is the potential for them to try to sneak in on any fights that they might end up in on the edge, that northeastern edge of the zone. But I am looking at the zone. We're checking in with this fight with Eternal, but one of the few teams that has been so on point with their zone prediction and is currently there right now, yet again, is Horizon.
Pretty sure taking control over that dome DBZ building too that we had mentioned, which is incredibly important because no other squad is going to try to contest them with some of these early rotates taking control over Shipfall and Gale Station first. So that's going to be the heavily congested areas. One of the few times where early rotating could definitely come in clutch for your squad. Fire Beavers. So we take a look at the kill feed too. Alliance popping off, taking care of Rondon. Fire Beavers and Alliance engaging in their own individual fights as Maestro Gaming get taken down at the hands of Alliance. Fire Beavers replicating that on the other side right here with the Rolling Thunder happening right in front of them.
I mean, 2 seconds of a peek looking at 9 Impulse resulted in a very unfortunate situation. Fire Beavers are just holding their ground right now with all these squads around them, dealing a lot of damage and making sure no one is pushing them. But now we're checking in with that fight that we had talked about earlier, Vicky. Phoenix Legacy holding things down. Let's see what they've got going on in their comms.
They know. Just hold it.
Yeah, I'm holding.
You got that every day of the week. Nice.
I'm putting it in.
Rip this out. Watch wide. Careful. If we got someone comes here, we swing. Yeah. Nice, they got destroyed.
Yep.
No, the Zero's still down. Zero's still down. They missed 8.
Yep.
You can also play on me.
I play here or come to you?
We need to start fighting them.
Yeah, we have 1 minute.
I think the other team's too close though.
The Zero's gonna go down soon, so we can then swing.
They're still close. They move back. Yeah, but there's still somebody under us, I think. Yeah, there is, but it's too far. What the fuck did I just die to get hit by? What? Well, hold with him now, Subs. Is this KCP under us? Yeah, it's... How they got 2 again? Pushing! 60 ounce here!
I'm reloading.
One's in the corner here. We're getting pushed from our back as well again. That's fine. Whoa, watch out!
Got close.
I didn't Vogue. Pushing! 2-1. Pushing behind us!
Crack, catch your damage!
No, I have to sell.
Fine.
Just hold it, they're gonna shove. They can't. Just full heal, we need to send them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have two mags of light, that's it.
I have 30 light also.
Dropping 20 line.
It's...
Come.
Yeah.
Safe on me. They're here on this side.
They're gonna swing out on the right, I think. Yeah, swing out the right. I'll kick you.
They're here under us.
70 and back.
They're Friday, it's 400.
Yeah.
Run behind them. We can. They helped us. They helped us. They gave us all.
Close.
Next to us, viewing us.
In front, close.
Back one in front of you.
Back to the one.
Block
I'm
dead.
just moving up.
Commit to it.
Crack, 20 flash, 50 flash.
I'm dead. All you two.
No light anymore. 70 or 2.
One is coming.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I got 2 kills for it.
The unfortunate situation, rotating right in the line of sight of 2 teams. I like how they use the catalyst wall as a double-edged sword for that squad right behind them, but right in the line of sight of another team, when even though you have that charge of Sentinel, you gotta land those shots there to make an impact, keep that team backed off. Fire Beavers now in a fight, fighting for that DBZ building that Glitter you were talking about before when you talk about Otherno and you talk about how they were holding it down. Horizon was a team that was holding it down from the very beginning. Otherno's on the other side trying to make their way in, but Fire Beavers now looking to try to restabilize the totem on the other side.
This should be very interesting right now. Horizon being the only squad with some seriously solid cover inside of this building. Everybody else trying to play off of rocks under the building on the edge of the coastline. And I mean, they called it. We talked about this. Horizon's ability to be where they need to be for these final circles right now has been huge for their instrumental in their success that we've seen over the last 2 days so far. You can see Zane for KCP off in the distance, potentially causing some problems for Horizon right near them. You saw Jay Savage try to go up and see if he can maybe get rid of Zane from the top floor of their building. Oh my God, and Zane almost clutched that up, Vicky.
He's won.
Oh my
Fire Beaver
God.
says it's time to feast, boys. It's time to feast. They try to get the rest, but no gold knockdown in the hands of Horizon. You said it perfectly, Glitter. They're so good at predicting the circle, but they have completely wavered off KCP, who try to claim that same spot. Now this is the opportunity for Fire Beavers to shine, and they take care of Horizon Union. Make way. Last 3 squads left. Ascend still in here, coming down, sliding down in the outskirts of the Seer ult that's just finishing up right now.
Man, that was massive for Fire Beavers because it opened up the opportunity for them to be the ones that push in and give themselves this height advantage. Now, they know exactly where Ascend is. Totem also off down below. And Fire Beavers can just poke from here if they really want to. It will draw a lot of attention their way as both teams down below are going to want to take them off the top of this building, but there's not a whole lot they can do to stop Fire Beavers right now.
Such a good point, too, with the way that Fire Beavers are holding this high ground right now, Glitter. Yeah, the Moby is on the ground currently, but that's just to make up some extra cover here. Despite just playing off the slight lip of the rock, they send out the Catalyst wall. Too early, though, Wonder. It looks like Totem want to take this fight with Ascend, but if they overextend here, that's just going to be the free dub for Fire Beavers. They will just be able to third-party that. They're not taking that just yet. Totem is in a good spot just to wait.
Okay, I was watching post-kill this whole time. They were looking for an off-angle. Ascend decides that they are going to make their move. They push in and see if they can at least get a kill. They aren't able to because Fire Beavers clear out and decide to group up by the rock. The smokes are now down, but Ascend has rotated, and you can see Totem getting an off-angle with Jazaz, potentially going to ruin what Fire Beavers and Ascend are doing up there, while the other 2 from Totem are just going to sit back and watch it all go down.
Reply Totem could just wait this out. They do not need to engage right now. This is the duking battle between Ascend and Fire Beavers. But like you mentioned, it's important to hold these off angles. Here comes a creeping barrage, playing around the side. It's 9 Impulse, looking for an opportunity. Sees all the death boxes right at his foot, but he's got the Digi threat, which is super important, while the rest of Fire Beavers are keeping Ascend at bay.
I am very impressed, actually, that when they all collapse on each other, nothing worse happened. Fire Beavers gets out and gets a reset here. 9 Impulse now, no shields, and they're getting a lot closer to Reply Totem. This might be the decision they make to try and take this fight down below, which opens things up for Ascend.
Oh, Ascend looking at third party. Fire Beavers too low to recover currently. currently as Reply Totem cleans them up. It's Reply Totem versus Ascend. Once Fire Beavers are out of here, RE45 in their hands. A post kill is somehow still alive. Ascend scoops in, takes the last kill, and they are your winners. Thank you very much, Reply Totem, for fully sending it onto Fire Beavers. It's our time to shine with the second win under the belt for game number 5.
Dang. That was a lot of ring around the rosy. I mean, Ascend first tries to make their move in on Firebeard. Firebeard's like, nah, we're gonna dip. They go over to the rock. Then they kind of go back, and are they gonna fight? Totem's like, we're gonna let it play out. And then they both back off again. It was just about who was going to fully commit to the first engagement. We see that happen time and time again in those final circles, Vicky. And in the end, it's Ascend who brings it home. And that's gotta feel good.
I wish I could have heard those comms from 9 Impulse when he decided to wrap outside the building. Look at Reply Totem. I feel like the positioning that Ascend moved in, the moment that Firebeavers gave up that building, the only one that was originally holding on to it was 9 Impulse alone while they were trying to go for a split position situation against Reply Totem. But the moment that Ascend rotated in, they had their backs against the building. They had some cover underneath the building off to the left side if they so wanted to rotate in that direction, because Cheryl's on the Bangalore, so the smoke would have come out anyways. I feel like in that situation, it was either between Ascend and Firebeavers, and then Reply Totem waiting for the opportunity to third party. But the moment that 9 Impulse pushed on the other side and called for his other teammates to try to engage in that fight, that was Ascend's time to shine in that very moment.
I think it was once the shields went down and they realized that it was like, okay, we're either going to make a move now or we're just going to sit here and let both teams destroy us. It was like, no, let's try to go for the KP. We might not be able to secure the dub here, but we can pick up a few more kills and at least help our score. And I'm glad that we're seeing this out of Ascend, though, because when we were talking about the teams to watch and I had talked about them, their consistency was the big thing for me. Fourth place, almost an identical amount of points for their first 2 play days. And then I think we're finally getting to a point now after that win where if they have even a semi-decent game in the last match, Vicky, they will do better than what they've done before.
That's what I'd love to see about a team like Ascend and the adaptation that they've brought in, moving away from World's Edge into Stormpoint. I keep talking about it because I was expecting Kasera to stake through with the crypto, but I like the awareness to make this swap into Stormpoint when you have a lot more wider areas where you have to rotate in. Here at the very end, we saw KCP beaming down everybody by shipfall with the charged rifle. A lot of these teams wasted no time to control some of the inside of these buildings, and we even saw the likes of Alliance roll in for a nicely timed third party over this fight that was happening on top of the armory.
Alliance actually did a really good job kind of claiming that eastern edge of the circle, as you had mentioned when we were watching this cast. They came in at the right time, had the clean third party, set themselves up well, and had a pretty strong performance here. So Alliance should feel good about that one. They have looked so much stronger here today, and this was one of the situations too where it was kind of an easy cleanup because they had already cleared out Morningstars, got a little bit done onto foot, and then we saw Vexed start to really struggle.
Yeah, and we also got to see them try to take down the rest of the teams that were forced to rotate on this east side too. We're talking about how important it was to make sure to clear the Gale Station side, and we saw also how congested the shipfall area was when it came to some of these rotates. Early predictions coming in from Phoenix Legacy, but the bunkering down, I feel like just has not been really working out for them. Yeah, we listened to their comms, but a lot of desperation the moment that they were forced to rotate out.
Yeah, we watched them do it at the wall. We watched them now do it here in this match, and it does get them to a certain point, but not far enough into the game where they really want to be. So maybe that's something that they have to kind of reassess here, because then we watched that push out, which they just started there in that quick clip, and we watched how hard it was for them. They were trying to use the enemy Dark Veil for a little bit of cover, and they ran straight into some more teams. Were able to pick up a few knocks here and there, but Zane, oh my god, he was holding this top floor for so long and then almost clutches up this fight, leaves Horizon on 1, which opens up the door for Fire Beavers to make their move in.
That was so nice. The hip firing too from the triple take. Fortunately, couldn't come out on top right there. We've seen Zane pop off today, but that's no surprise. Also looking at the very end right here, Glitter, the last 3 squads. Reply Totem, Fire Beavers, who decided to send it onto Reply Totem, and then Ascend, who had cleared out that side by the building, rotating from the top of the hill to then clean up what was left here of Reply Totem.
I mean, this was just a really nice final zone for us to watch because it really could have gone anyway. And we're talking about Ascend. That means we have to be talking about Kashera because, I mean, look at the stats for today. Almost 3,600 damage.
Wow, that's actually crazy. That is actually insane. Just the fact that this is just match 5 stats should highlight what Ascend brings to the table here in EMEA. We talk about consistent teams. That's why we always talk about Ascend out here. But what an insane stat lineup to show for just one game alone, being game number 5, where he brings up the Bangalore for the second time today. Let's also not forget, this is the same team who won game number 2 on the high ground south of Epicenter.
Impressive. Okay, well, if we thought Kashera's individual stats for just match 5 were impressive, let's look at the results from this latest match, okay? Obviously, Ascend going home with the win. 7 kills in their pocket as well for the 19 points going towards their overall total. That'll be huge, but listen, we said, will Fire Beavers bring it back in the last 2 Storm Point matches? Because that's when they did well last time these groups saw each other. They didn't get the win, but 10 kills, Vicky, with the 3rd place finish. That is not too shabby.
They're tired of it. You saw what Night Impulse did. He was tired of it. He was trying to roll down the rest of the competition, and they've secured 3rd place with 10 KP. Great here for them, but they need to be more consistent now that we're moving on to our final game of the day in EMEA. Let's take a look at the second page now for the squads that didn't perform the very best so far today. Alliance actually on the second page right here with 10 KP after that game, but 10 KP is still very nice here for a squad that was still able to take a game earlier on World's Edge for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I am not mad at that for Alliance. And if we're shouting out good KP, then also Horizon Unit, I think, had 8 for them, also holding that building for a decent amount of time. So that just shows how well they did for, you know, mid into that late game portion. But we'll see what these numbers have done for our series results, because Pioneers will not give up this lead right now. 70 points, but Alliance now at 59 as we continue to move down. Things are starting to get a little bit closer for 3rd, 4th, 5th. Fire Beavers jumping up to the 1st page now, Vicky. So that has also got to feel good for them. But we only have one more match left on the day for the EMEA region. So before we get into all the action, we're going to send it to one more short break. Do not go anywhere.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to day number 4 of the ALGS. We have gotten almost all of our matches done. We have one more left to go, our final match of the day on Storm Point, Vicky, and things have just continued to get more and more interesting with every single match.
I love it. I love to see how a lot of these teams that were on the other half of the overall standings have now made a complete turnaround here on Storm Point. And that's what the dynamic of having this diversity of different maps to play on brings for some of these squads that feel way more comfortable on one or the other. 50-50 off the rip, Maestro Gaming being one of the squads to try to put themselves back on board here, gets the first knock in this engagement and tries to get the dirty so that way they can replenish those Evo shields.
I mean, we were wondering what was going to happen with this 50-50. They've decided that they just don't want to give it up. And Maestro at least getting some KP here now to start off the game. And that was, like you had said in the last match as well, that was a team that I was looking to see a little bit more of, at least to close out the day here today, since we know exactly what they're capable of. Well, now they've claimed the wall, and they will at least hold that for their own. But Vicky, look at this zone and who it favors.
You know what, KCP, they are eating all over again. If being in first place wasn't enough for this team, we've talked about it and we've broken it down when it comes to some of these final circles pooling in the direction of the team's respective POI. We've talked about it with Alliance and Thermal Station back in World's Edge. We're looking at KCP now, where they're dominating not just the mill, but they could control that empty area right north of mill from those buildings, deny that loot away from the squad that is going to be rotating away from down beast right there. And that's going to be super important here too, because holding that back end of the circle is going to be fantastic to get involved in the third party situation with the squads that end up late rotating into mill.
I mean, it's potentially going to give Fire Beavers an opportunity to get some KP, and a lot of these teams that will go for those rotations, they can just play right in the edge and see if they can pick up some people as they try to move their way in towards the mill. But Ascend, the winners of our last match, just kidding, we're back on with Phoenix. Let's see, we said that the turtling wasn't working. Well, instead they're going for the early game aggression now.
I like it, but right now, Alpha Draft literally won currently. He's popping the last shield cell before trying to reset. Doesn't look like he's got big meds to work with. He just dropped down from the high ground. While they're fighting it out, it's 2R1C, the squad that looked like they were trying to rotate out of Down Beast in the direction of KCP. Now backtrack a little bit to clear out the rest of this area to get extra loot. Hierarcha is on the flat line, makes that quick swap. Looked like he had the Arthur one originally right there too. Uchaku on the high ground. One of the teams also rocking the Wraith, something that we're seeing a lot more commonly in NA. KCP are in such a good spot. We've seen the circle pull exactly where KCP is right now, and they didn't even waste any time. They took the trident and they scooted their way over here.
Oh, as soon as they saw where this could potentially pull, they wanted to close out the day on a high note, because they might not have won every single game, but they haven't placed outside top 6 all day. They've got 2 second-place finishes. They started off the day with a dub. They want to close it out strong, and so they're going to make sure they set themselves up well to do that. You can see that we've got a potential RE45 for them to go grab. So, I mean, Pioneers are looking really good right now.
This is such a good spot for them. I can't wait to see where that next circle is going to be pulling. Let's say even that the circle doesn't pull here, which I am expecting it to pull here, especially by that fence line that's right next to them where the trident is. They have a pretty good rotation based off of their team composition to try to counter-rotate if the circle pulls closer to down beast. So good spot for them, but we just wait out patiently. 19 squads still left after being able to see where our first squad dropped, being Game of Drones in that 50-50. This is Pioneers looking to take everything off from the rest of the EMEA region today.
You see at least one squad having angles on KCP while they're on that roof. Getting a little bit of poke damage now. Vexed, however, going for their Valk rotate and pushing themselves inside so they can get at least into that first circle right on the edge. They did take a little bit of damage there. Tyler with no shields now, so they're going to get inside and heal up as they continue to make this rotation.
Vex Gaming taking their time, resetting. Playing on the edge is another team that has them in their sights, trying to shoot at them with a 30-30, probably in the direction of Down Beast, looking at where the trajectory was for that weapon, but Applied Totem also on top here. They got the charge rifle in hand, and it looks like things have slowed down just a little bit here, Glitter, for some of our teams looking to secure some extra points for this final game.
Yeah, nobody wants to go out in the final match of the day and not get those last few points. We've talked about it. Obviously, it's not about the individual performances in the 6 series game. It's about where that puts you in the standings to get those points towards playoffs. That's what everybody's going to be focusing on here. And with teams like the Fire Beavers in the lobby that have already set themselves up so well in the overall standings, every single team is going to be fighting for whatever they can in match number 6.
EMP gets unleashed. KCP, though, no worries. They have the time to reset. They have the shield bats. But for how long before the charge rifle ends up being a menace? Chads are the charge rifle enjoyers. I saw it earlier on my timeline, and it's happening here. KCP trying to get out of that line of sight. Gets over that little lip of where the AC unit is on top of the building. But what are they going to do about this player using the charge rifle on the south side of this POI?
It's Dynasty, again, the aggression today out of Dynasty. They are just going to be a thorn in the side of Pioneers right now. They are forced to go for multiple reses, and now teams knowing that they're weak means they won't be able to continue to hold this roof because someone's going to try and take advantage of that. ANC outplayed attempts, end up getting one knocked because of it. Pioneers somehow able to stay alive and get at least one of those reses, but as soon as it happens, the next charge rifle shot comes through. Zane, how are you even functioning right now?
I can imagine what Natsuki is saying in the comms about this player with the charge rifle. What's funny is that if Ascend decide to rotate through the back end of this rock, they'll inevitably save KCP from the Dynasty clutches of the charge rifle. Then you see the crypto drone flying around on top of their heads, maybe looking for an opportunity to greet them with an EMP. And oh no, it's actually happening! They actually went for the rotate through the back end of the rock. Dynasty now have to stop shooting at KCP with a charge rifle. And look, it's the counter to counter with Fire Beavers trying to get involved in the fight. Says, wait, they haven't even engaged him. We gotta back away. Now Fire Beavers is probably gonna rotate in with Ascend losing out on Kashira.
Ascend is in a lot of trouble. Dynasty has now completely turned this fight on its head. Postkill gonna try and at least escape with his life right now and see if they can maybe get the banners while Fire Beavers take Dynasty's focus. I mean, this is a mess.
Oh no, Fire Beavers though had the health advantage. The Nemesis goes Burr out here, gets that one knock right here. OJ is gonna be on the other side. They trade that, need some help, but the deed is done. Night Impulse goes for the shield swap, and the fight is not over. Postkill still alive, but not for long. Ascend get eliminated in the lobby. Your winners for game number 5 out in this final game in 17th.
And this is what I was talking about when we were looking at the initial zone, considering Fire Beaver's drop and where it put them. They were going to be able to be this team right on that western edge that could pick everybody off as they tried to rotate through. That's exactly what Fire Beavers just did. And not only did they take out Dynasty, but they took out Ascend, like you said, who just won the last match, taking out a massive squad and clearing up some real estate for them to give them some space, reset a bit, and then continue just being the fly catcher for all of the teams trying to make their way through on the western edge.
Well, KCP is like, well, there's no more charge rifle getting beamed in our direction, so they probably just dropped in the fight that was happening right next to them. By the graces, though, they get to restabilize, they get to reset. There's still that crypto drone flying around. They don't have a fly swatter for it, but they're just going to be able to take a breather for right now to see the other teams that are rotating away from Mill.
I'm still shocked that Zane somehow lived with negative health and that somehow Pioneers didn't get forced off this roof in all of that chaos. I mean, Fire Beaver saved Pioneers there by clearing out everyone that was trying to push up. But I feel like that was some lucky moments there for KCP.
We count our blessings out here. Alliance trying to do the same thing. Meister Gaming lose out on 1, but it's a nice trade here. Sonya going crazy with the R301 and Prowler. They're looking to find the last straggler. There's nowhere to run for Alliance. They get taken down in 16th. Glitter, you said you wanted to see more from Maestro, and here they are showing up in the final game, but better late than never, as I always say.
We'll have to see what type of an impact this will have for them, how strong of a performance they can really have and kind of move their way up the ranks for our leaderboard for the day. And hopefully it won't be too little too late, because these points are really going to start mattering for all of our teams. But now, after winning that fight, nice and looted up, Maestro can at least comfortably make their rotation in on what seems to be a pretty dead side of this zone right now. So they also have a pretty free rotation.
Yeah, if we could get a look at the overhead map with the rotation exiting out of the outskirts of checkpoint, like what Glitter was saying, this should be cleared up then with the teams that are going to be rotating through the choke point by down beast. That would be my only imagine of like what Maestro Gaming could run into here. It's going to be important here because once they do engage in that fight, we can note that the circle will be pulling away from them right now. Round 2 already closed up right behind them, pulling towards the mill area.
Oh, I thought it was a free rotate. It's not. It looks like Horizon is potentially going to be running into Maestro. And then if they can get away from Horizon, then they won't have too many more people around them to worry about Horizon. Though it looks like on the map, they saw Maestro and said, no, we're good. We're going to go the opposite direction, play this one a little bit safe. And Maestro is going to have to decide if they really want to push in to the ring to take that fight or if they want to play this one safe.
Let's reposition there.
Let's see what they want to do here, Glitter. Just trying to wait patiently on the top of this hill. Heartbeat sensor from Rugby is letting him know where these squads are, right in the distance. But it's this next rotation that could usually be tricky if you're late and you're stuck at this choke point, especially from any squads that want to put in pressure from the down B side.
Enemy over there. Got a live one out there.
Oh, Phoenix Legacy, though, engaging the fight themselves. Over to the side, they lose out on Imp. Sab's still up and alive, tosses out that Thermite, puts in a good amount of pressure through those doors with the R9. The tick damage coming in from the Thermite. Playing off the knockdown shield and trying to set up the perimeter with the fence line. Alpha Draft comes in, slides right through the stairs. There's another squad on the other side here of Mill, and this is where it's going to get tricky. This is where we were expecting most of the squads to make the rotation, exiting out of this circle.
I feel like every time we check in with Phoenix Legacy in this last match, they are just fighting for their lives here as they're trying to fend off the enemy. Phoenix Legacy still 2 up. Alpha Draft hitting some really nice PK shots here, cleaning up Slab and keeping Phoenix Legacy alive as the res is also coming through. Imp now back up Phoenix Legacy in a much safer spot. This is kind of what I wanted to see out of them in our previous matches.
And they're finding their footing here, too, because they're putting more into the playstyle that we're used to seeing them play, more of that passive-aggressive playstyle, because the last 2 days, it just has not worked out for them to play as passively as they have been. Taking to the skies is Vex Gaming with the Skyward Dive, taking a huge chunk of damage from this circle, but this is also going to give them information from the Valkyrie passive to see which of these squads are trying to gatekeep them in that next circle. Be surprised, these buildings, if they're not taken up already, this is going to be free reset for Vex Gaming.
Take some damage there as they finish landing from their Skyward Dive, but find some safe space for now to at least get their heals off. Clearly some teams know where they are, so Vex is going to have to try and make a push across the water. The Dark Veil does come down. Pretty important there too, because it seems like Not Unlucky is going to need a little bit of added cover as Fire Beavers try to make the push in on Vex. It could be a really solid time for them to do so. 2v2 there on the cliffside with the off angle coming through on Taskmaster from behind the wall. I mean, this could be huge for Fire Beavers, continuing to clean up this edge. All this KP because Vex is down. Horizon Union is down in the kill feed as well, but Fire Beavers have not let anybody push through this blockade of just aggression that they've been setting up on the western edge.
Welcome to our Storm Point. Fire Beavers on the high ground, contesting Foot now on the other side. Walks right into the Seer ult here too, trying to find the beam. OJ falls incredibly low, but 90 Plus puts the beam on the player who's forced off the high ground. Trade for trade as they get the second knock and they clean up the rest of Foot. That was a nice fight for them and a good call on the smoke here too, because they're getting pinged in the distance by a player that has a 30-30 in their hands.
And the fact that they were able to handle that so quickly after they had just cleaned up Vex, the composure for that trio to then get instantly pushed by Foot and not screw a single bit of that up. I mean, you said they had the composure to put the smoke down. The smoke helped a lot in that moment, and now they're turning their sights on the buildings around them. I mean, Fire Beavers have claimed this portion of the map this whole game.
Ultimate accelerant here.
They are looking so good, Glitter. Look at their loot. They have the confidence. They got 8 KP in total this game. 11 squads left. Now sitting in number 6. Let's not forget, they were sitting on the other side of the overall leaderboards while we entered into the Storm Point's first game in game number 4. Here they are, continuing to put themselves in this upwards trajectory against a lot of these teams that are right in front of them. It's pinged again by the 30-30, but in the feed, you currently see Heroes also finding their own respective knocks onto OP, gets that PK shot. They're trading here as we tune into what fight is going on. It's going to be Heroes trying to find an opportunity to force their way into this building. Let us in as they try to delete those Watson fences. Oh my goodness.
They've got people above them. They're focusing on people below them. There is a lot of chaos going on right now. Heroes down to 2. Trying to see if they can salvage whatever they can from this fight. You've got start a fight on the low ground, seeing if there's anyone that they can pick off. This is a lot of teams on the different levels right now, and who drops down first will end up influencing a lot of that fight. Fire Beavers on the roof right now. They've decided to move in and see if they can do anything from on high. And this is where we had just watched Phoenix Legacy have a nice engagement themselves and get a reset going. So there are so many teams in just these 2 buildings. The ones in the middle might be in a little bit of a tough position if they have to rotate through both of these groupings.
Glitter, I wouldn't be surprised if that charge rifle in OJ's hands belonged to that one player from Dynasty who was trying to grieve KCP. We saw it when they tried to engage behind Ascend, and they've made their way around that entire big rock right beside them on top of the rooftop of Mill. My concern for this next circle, with the way it's pulling in the fence line where KCP is holding that building from the very beginning, considering the fact that they land at Mill for their POI, it's going to get dicey here. Look how many teams are sharing the Mill in that one building. Meanwhile, sharing the inside of this building, you have the high ground controlled by KCP, Certified are on the bottom, OP still controlling that second floor. It is going to be so chaotic once these teams are forced to funnel outside of the Mill into the beautiful line of sight of the 3 teams that are neighboring them in that next building.
I'm wondering if the teams across the way in the building will be preoccupied with their own fights. We can see that we have a couple stragglers still trying to make a little bit of a wider push on the edge of the zone and see if they can sneak their way in between those 2 buildings. But I too am concerned for these teams here in the Mill. When this zone starts moving in, it's going to be a game of luck to see what happens with at least Fire Beavers on the roof. Pioneers have a really solid LOS on some of these teams though, so let's jump in for a listen and see what's happening.
Landing on us. Get ready, fight. No, we're good.
They're dead. These guys are dead, bro.
Land underneath.
It's 5 Beavers right below us, by the way. That's 5 Beavers. That's 5 Beavers.
I don't have heals, guys.
I don't either. I mean, guys. I dropped 3 cells.
Yeah.
I dropped 3 cells.
I'm selling the gen. How long to gen though?
We're in a zero. We're in a zero. Don't peek. We're in a zero.
Crack zero.
You guys need heals as well, so we're in a zero. Don't peek. Just don't peek at all.
Dude, no, we need. Look at that guy.
Okay, arcing it then.
How long to gen, Del?
I stuck him.
It's on 86. I want to open. Can we nade stuck?
I got stuck.
You got stuck. Touch the den. It will eat it.
Yeah.
Heal up. You have to waste your heals and heal. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to waste your heals and gen.
I'm using my only heal. I'm using my only heal, literally. 93. Someone just got rest, bro.
Yeah, underneath us. They just rest.
I have gen and 1%.
Popping us back. Whatever. A medkit, I mean, sorry.
Same, when you get arced, touch the gen and it removes the arc.
I did. I ran into the gen, but it didn't.
Yeah, you have to touch it on the side. You can hit.
Like some weird. It's right below. Oh no.
Dude, I want to kill the team underneath us. It's Fire Beavers.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna die.
Look at this guy.
Fire Beavers have to move before us, so they have to fight. Stay on gen.
How much shields do we have? I'm 0-3.
We're zero crouch. I'm 0-4.
Give the bat to Hussein. Give me
the bat down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me a cell.
Yeah.
Look at that roof.
Yo, do you have a heavy mag on your 30-30?
No.
Fuck. That's.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that one.
They're getting playing the fence. He went back. Can I get a click of heavy from someone? I have 0.
Don't have.
Yeah, here, I give you. Only 20, but I can't give you much.
That's fine. That's completely fine.
We need to kill them when they play fence, guys.
Yeah.
That team has to move too.
Crack
They're
the
all
bank.
about to fight.
Right here.
Fence.
Naded it. Got naded on the fence.
Save your nades. We need a nade stack together.
Just chill. I don't have nades. 12
Look at that,
enemies
you ready to
still.
nade
Team
stack?
here as well.
I need a floor.
In the open too. He's genning.
We need to kill this team on my scan. I missed the on the scan. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go, go. Focus on low HP.
Bank 70.
I died.
Another team behind you.
We need to just creep those guys.
Yeah, they're gonna die. They're gonna die.
Yeah, they died from that probably.
Yeah, that's good, that's good. Creepy that, we need to grief them.
Yeah, I am.
Shit.
Go! Zayn is going insane, but they can't live for long. He cleans up that team in front of them. Phoenix Legacy has their time to shine. They're your winners for our final game of the day here at game number 6. All the patience they waited for earlier, they came up, they showed up, and they played exactly to the strength to take that game 6.
I wish that we knew how that happened because, Vicky, we were talking about it when we were watching that. We were shocked that Fire Beavers made it in from the mill. Phoenix Legacy also made it in from the mill. Neither one of them ended up fighting. I mean, that was insane.
Look,
I can't.
I'm smiling. I'm smiling, guys. That was so fun to witness. Vicky, Glitter, you guys absolutely killed it. And congratulations, Sabs. I know Phoenix Legacy just took a dub there. That's got to feel good, but it's always good to shout out the homie. You know, she's a really good individual. You guys all got to meet her at LAN in London. She was on the desk briefly. We've had her on the main broadcast here, and I feel like things, when they go full circle, they go full circle. So congratulations to Phoenix Legacy for taking the dub at map number 6. But Glitter, I mean, yo, that was nutty.
I mean, great way to close out the day. I mean, Phoenix Legacy needed the win. We talked about it a little bit there. The fact that they had kind of been setting up shop in a lot of those buildings wasn't panning out, I think, the way that they had wanted it to. We get a little bit more aggressive Phoenix Legacy in match number 6, and look what happens. They go home with the dub. On the flip side, we had also talked about, will Fire Beavers do well? Last time, the last 2 matches on Storm Point were 2 wins for them. They didn't get the wins, but I did go back and check, and their first game of the day and the last 2 games of the day were their best performances. It was wins last time, but this time around, it was still their best performances in game number 1 and games 5 and 6. So there is a little bit consistency. Even if it's not their best day, they're still doing well.
I was really impressed with that. I know I kind of led you guys into map number 5, and I was like, with that question of, will Fire Beavers be able to do it? And honestly, look, they would be one of the most fearsome teams that I would ever come against and like a 3v3 fight. Like, I would never want to go up into an early engagement against the Fire Beavers, Vicky. I mean, Phoenix Legacy from the start had to get into engagements that led them into the pattern of getting that victory.
Yeah, let's not forget their rotation outside of Cenote Caves allowed them to clutch up 11 kills when they rotated behind Ascend. Actually, in this very moment, when they wanted to push in onto Dynasty, that was just free pickings out here for Fire Beavers to clean up what was left of this fight. But they, I really finished that game with like 11 KP to their name, so they were able to walk on the south side of that circle through mill, rotating through that big rock in such a great way. We also saw Maestro Gaming waking up a little bit at the very end out here after having a pretty good day 1.
Okay, these are some of the moments that we were talking about too. When we saw this fight going off for Phoenix Legacy, I was a little bit concerned because things got a little hectic. They handled it so well, though, able to get a reset and held the position in the mill for a really long time. Played apparently the push out perfectly as well, because they ended up not getting punished for when they did eventually have to move. Fire Beavers, another one of those teams that was holding the top of mill and also tried to make their way in, but they didn't have a good corner to really do a whole lot with here in those final moments. And with KCP looking down on everyone, it made things that much more difficult.
Yeah, and this is where things started to really heat up, and I was losing it. And Vicky, I think you came in with us. Zayn is going insane. Had he not jumped down and completely gotten a few seconds of just putting down so much damage in the back, yeah, granted, he knew he wasn't going to have the player advantage here for endgame, and all Phoenix Legacy had to do was kind of clean house to take that victory. It was immensely well played for them. And once again, congratulations. Look at the match 6 results and see how that turned out. Phoenix Legacy, 12 placement points for that first place, 8 elimination kills for a total of 20 points. Wow. That's going to do some damage there to the leaderboard for them. And Danish, once again, staying incredibly consistent, as well as Pioneers. And Fire Beavers finishing in the top 5, very nicely done. But what I need to highlight here, not only is that 11 eliminations impressive from Fire Beavers, Vicky, 2R1C.
Yeah, what was going on over there? Here, 2R1C woke up this final game with 12 KP to their name, but got caught off in the middle of their rotation here too. But this was a good performance here from them, getting the 12 KP, but we were expecting more from them overall throughout the day after what we saw last weekend.
Yeah, and I think with some roster changes, I think it's a matter of time before they kind of get that synergy moving forward. And I look to seeing their next match day performance. I know the team is super excited, but let's go ahead and jump on over to the back half of the match 6 results. Aha, here we are. Morningstars, 11th place. Foot Esports, 12th. But Alliance, you know, they've had some victory and some good success here today thus far. Not able to kind of continue that into game number 6. Have no fear. Vexed Gaming as well. Horizon Union, that's been rather consistent, maybe having a lackluster performance, but it's Maestro Gaming. Vicky, you were talking about them, and they really answered back. They went out a little bit early, but they did have those 6 eliminations, and I'd be curious to see how it all panned out for the series results. 6 maps done and dusted, Vicky. Look at this.
Oh, I love it. Pioneer stayed on top with a pretty big gap between themselves and second place, where Alliance is sitting at 59 points. They really came out and they stayed consistent, not just on World's Edge, but obviously moving on to Storm Point 2, where they were able to secure not just a few second place finishes, but we saw them take that number 1 spot in game number 1 with 15 KP to their name. You know that that's what set them up. I also want to pinpoint Phoenix Legacy. I think before this game, they were sitting in 12th place overall, so taking the dub with the KP to their name put them up in the top 10 listing.
I mean, overall, very, very dominating performances. And I'd be curious to see how today's rematch of A versus B kind of jump-started the overall Split 2 series kind of results. The standings on your screen. Fire Beavers still able to edge out the Pioneers. And mind you guys, granted, groups A and B, obviously, if you see a group C here, J-Link still holding on to top 10, and they have a match day disadvantage. Their numbers are not in here just yet, but once we get another matchup with Group C, it'll start kind of finessing and going around. But Glitter, Alliance, top 3, Pioneers, Vex Gaming, some gnarly powerhouses in the mix here.
Yeah, those are the ones that I'm looking at too, because they're the ones that have only passed the triple digits threshold for kills or are right below it between Pioneers and Vexed. That Slayer ability is going to be massive throughout the rest of the split, but then we look towards the middle of the pack here and we can see how close all the points start to become. Things are going to start shifting around as more play days get under these teams' belts. Like you were saying, also anyone that's in Group C still needs to get one more to really even out the points playing field. But a little bit surprised. I think we've mentioned it a couple times. I think Element 6 is a little bit lower than we would have liked to see. Aurora down here. Maestro still hanging on to the middle of the pack, and there's definitely some squads moving forward into these upcoming days that are probably going to have to make some serious changes or fixes, adaptations to put themselves in a solid spot, because the points continue to drop off even further down to the 3rd page. And I think that we're starting to see the point sponge. We talked about it a little bit yesterday in EMEA, because the top of our leaderboard is so heavy right now.
It really is, and I feel like this is the time, right? There are only 9 match days prior to the regional finals, and we kind of talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast. This is the mission critical portion of Split 2. If you want to find yourself in Split 2 playoffs, you got to start getting all of your points now. Maybe you had early success in that first round robin, but maybe you didn't, and you've got to step up and you've got to answer the call, play your best, play your heart out. But we all know there are some teams and some players in particular that have really set the standards for themselves, and I'm talking about the Monster Energy MVP nominations. So let's go ahead and talk about who we're going to be nominating today, because there are so many players that had massive standout moments. And Glitter, I'm looking to you. I'm curious to hear your thoughts and kind of who you're nominating.
All right, let's do this then. For me, I want to talk about Effect from Alliance. All right, I think that Effect had a fantastic day today. Alliance in general is a team that we saw really pick up their performance here today. Effect is Alliance's entry fragger, and after today, 14 kills, 6.2k damage, and 16 knocks, which means has an almost 88% conversion rate from those knocks to kills. And if we're continue to talk about this individual performance, he's also tied for second in the overall kill leaderboard, and we saw the impact that this had on Alliance's playstyle today. I mean, they looked more comfortable. We talked about how yesterday they were able to get only second place finishes, and they were really looking for that win. Well, they were able to get that here today, and I feel like Alliance is a team where we talk about them a lot, and then we're constantly questioning, are they able to maintain a certain level of gameplay? And I feel like at this point, they're doing nothing but improving from day to day, and that's what I am loving seeing. So for me, it's got to be Effect.
Effect is a very solid choice. I mean, very impressive overall between Hackis, Yuki, and Effect, and especially bringing them on board, watching them compete and just completely adapt. But I gotta throw it to you, Vicky. Who is your Monster Energy MVP nomination?
I gotta talk about the player that has not just been on my sides, but I feel like has been on the board for everybody to look at. It's gotta be Zane. Even with the last call that I said, he's insane for a reason out here. Not only has his performance today allowed him to take the #1 spot in the split 2 kill leaders in the EMEA region with 41 kills to his name, but his integration into KCP's lineup has really allowed this team to shine. Today alone, he was able to get 18 kills, which is the most in the entire lobby, 11 assists, over 7.6 thousand damage, and 23 knocks. That is 78% knocks to kills like he was able to obtain in this lobby alone. We saw him almost clutch out the 1v1 right here where he was trying to hip fire the triple take. He unfortunately fell, but he did leave that player one shot, and even listening to the comms into KCP's mindset as to how they should try to approach this final fight. Even Nasty trying to jump down on Fire Beavers. Zayd still comes out on top after this fight, and he didn't have a digi threat to work with in the car, but he's put in a lot of work ever since joining the rest of KCP, and I can't wait to see more of Zane.
I mean, look, Zane is literally killing it. KCP has been incredibly persistent and impressive, but if I'm gonna nominate anyone, I want to talk about Nasky. You know, we look to kind of maybe some of the brains behind the operations of KCP. Now, granted, you know, if you talk to Nasky himself, he's going to tell you it's a team operation. He wants that kind of feedback from everyone. Making those play calls and trusting your teammates are so impressive, but don't let this man fool you. He's thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead and having a really good time while he's doing it, and honestly holding down the fort. He's top 10 overall currently for EMEA with the kills. Just today alone, 12 kills, 12 assists, 8.8k damage in the season, and quite impressive. But I mean, look, we've got Effect, we've got Zane, we've got Nasky, so much talent here in the EMEA roster, but that is all for today's Monster Energy MVP nominations. And now I think about it, I'm like, wow, who's going to step up next? Because there are so many teams that we could continuously keep talking about. I mean, Vext was solid, a lot of different players. And one of the teams that's been particularly more consistent that we didn't really get to highlight, I mean, I want to talk about Horizon Union, Glitter. Yes. Like, dude, yesterday, they really opened my eye in match #1 of World's Edge, and I couldn't even believe it. I saw a tweet from Bowsy, who's their coach, and he was kind of talking about, in particular, of like consistency is key. And then he asked the question, he's like, are we a zone team now? And I was like, huh, you know, that's interesting. He literally said that. But we do get to talk to one member of Horizon Union today, and that's going to be Phoenix, and I'm really excited to have them on the broadcast. So, hey, man, what's up? How are you feeling after today?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. How are you guys?
I mean, look, we're living. This is all about you, though, and I'm really curious. Oh, look, I saw that coach. I saw your coach tweet, right? And he was saying, are we a zone team now? Consistency is key, and I was talking about it. I was like, yo, you guys really opened my eyes. So kind of talk me through Split 2, Horizon Union, working with a coach, and kind of the future of the team.
So the way it all started was because me and Savage got picked up by Horizon to join Urban, was already with the organization, and then we eventually made it our way to LAN because of the unfortunate circumstances with the visa issues. We met each other at LAN. We got to meet the organizations, the owners. Like, they're great people and they're very supportive. We set our goals together to be here back again for the next LAN, but then together as a full team. And I think we are just, that is driving us right now. So the joke about the zone team is because we are only picking up zone points right now, like placement points. So we get the kill points in as well. We come up with the fragging teams at the top, and then maybe we can be a top contender.
No, I think that's a really good point, especially when I think back to your match day yesterday on that first victory on World's Edge. You guys kind of were playing that house really well, and you would leave a little bit, try to poke and then kind of return back, but you maintained the patience, and I feel like that kind of really sold the deal there for that victory. Glitter, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. First of all, hi. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
I mean, you're saying that the joke is that you guys are a zone team, but we were hyping you up since yesterday because you were one of the few teams that was nailing down all of your zone predictions from the beginning. You were getting in there so early, and it would be a weird shift, and the only team that would have known it was you guys. Now we combine that with the fact that today was one of your best KP days that we've seen so far this split. I mean, how are you guys continuously improving like this? What is the secret to the sauce?
Ooh.
So what we started off with was macro, because we felt like if we can get that down and be consistent in the placement points, then we can figure out where we can get these kill points from. So what we did is we basically studied zones. Like, our coach Bowsy has been helping me a lot to like figure out zones more. We land on Epicenter, which has like a 30% beacon spawn rate. So most of my zone calls are from zone 1. So that's purely off studying. Like, I wake up and I look at zones. That's all I do. I look at circles and I predict where they go. And what we noticed is that we were making mistakes, not getting the kills, because we literally had 16 kills yesterday. So now I told my teammates, like, listen, you guys are mechanically super insane. Please go kill people. And they just started running around and getting kills today. So I'm very proud of them.
I love that.
That basically answers what I was going to ask you earlier on, was looking at your performance from day number 1 and then looking at your performance day 3 and 4. You guys had a pop-off day, but you consistently got 3rd versus day 1 where you guys got 8th. You still had a lot of success on Storm Point despite maybe playing a little bit more passive than you guys were expecting. What would you say your dynamic as a team is between World's Edge to Storm Point? Because we are seeing a lot of teams feel less consistent on other maps versus the other. What do you think it is about Storm Point and World's Edge that allows you guys to find that success?
I think our drop spots in the where the zone pool are very like, it's very dependent on where the zone pool, right? Because if it pulls to the other side of the map, you're going to have to go through many teams, and that's not always very possible with all the choke points. So sometimes you will get zones that are not meant for you to play zone from, so you have to get KP, and that's basically what we were forced into today. And yesterday, we literally got zones like gifted to us. Like, I predicted where the zone went. I asked my seer, can you scan it? Yeah, it's free. So we just took a building, sat there for the entire game, and we won the game for free, quite literally. So it's kind of like a zone pool and position where you drop a combination.
No, I absolutely love that. You're like, we literally won for free. And I want to ask you one more question, because I always find this interesting, who other like certain teams are keeping an eye on. Is there any team in particular that you're thinking is kind of a team to watch here in the EMEA region?
If you don't talk about Fire Beavers right now, you're out of your mind. They are fragging the entire lobby. Like, I'm sitting in zone, and they have 20 kills. No one shows up because they kill everyone. I don't have any kill points. They kill all that before they even show up. And then you have Ascent. Ascent is probably the most consistent team in Europe. They got 3rd place at LAN. Like Ascent, since with the Lufka pickup, like Lufka has impressed me with his communication as well. So like Ascent is also looking for Pioneers right now. Have probably like one of the best vibes in the team. Like, there's so many to name. Like, you have Vex, who is obviously stepping up as well. They took that LAN experience now, and they like, I also feel that they can do very well at the next LAN. There's so many like good teams in Europe. It's just that Europe is like, we don't really perform at LAN, and hopefully now that the visa issues are resolved, that we can finally show our true potential.
Hey, look, don't count yourself out of that either. Let me just tell you, because we're all incredibly impressed with you. Consistency is key, and I think this is just the beginning for Horizon Union, and you're going to find yourself at Split 2 playoffs. Look, I'm calling it right now. There's no cursing. This is genuine, and I wish you the best of luck for the rest of your games throughout Split 2. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Wow. Always good to get members of the teams here to chat about. Just curious to see kind of who their thoughts are. And you heard it. Fire Beavers, Ascend, Vex. Look, there are too many teams to name. And I feel as if overall, the EMEA region is really stepping up as a whole. So I'd be excited to see kind of the future of what Split 2 playoffs will look like. But alas, we're not done yet. We do have one fun little segment that I like to chat about. It's always kind of good to look at whether it's a certain scope, whether it's a weapon, whether it's just a lethal. It's been arc stars, it's been digi threats. But today we are going to be talking about the Prowler. For WD Black, what's in your pack? It is time. We always love having this discussion, ladies, and let's go ahead and talk about it. Vicky, if I remember correctly, your voice acting is actually impeccable, and I feel like we need to have it come back. I need this moment because it is the Prowler. You know it. We love it.
I love this weapon. I love this weapon, Tiff. You know why? Because it's got the 5-round burst coming through that gun. And you know what's even better? With all the Bangalores in this lobby, what better way than to add a little digi threat on that weapon to really highlight your day, especially through the smoke grenades. The Prowler has been a menace all season long, and we can see exactly why. The amount of damage input that weapon provides with the 5-round burst is actually insane. I want to hear your thoughts on this, Glitter, because personally for me, this is definitely my weapon of choice, especially when you're rocking a controller.
Am I terrified if I hear that noise? Yes, I am. It's not a gun that I want to be going up against. I mean, 2 bursts and you're in trouble. Okay, especially depending on where your armor is in that moment. This gun is just, it's so much damage, and we watched it in the hands of so many different players. Okay, we're seeing different clips here. We saw it in the hands of KCP, we saw it in the hands of Ascend, we saw it in the hands of Maestro, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen it on Dynasty. I mean, everyone, if they can find this, is going to be picking this up. Like you said, you throw the digi on there with all those smokes in the way, and you are just unstoppable, Tiff.
Unstoppable. It's good in the hands of MNK players. It's good in the hands of roller players that recently got that buff in January. You saw that cute little note from 14 to 15, and it made all the difference. And now you'd be kind of remiss to not utilize that in your loadout. But I mean, that's what you got. It's the Prowler. It's for what's in your pack by WD Black. Ah, what an action-packed day, y'all. 6 intense maps full of so many teams that just really putting it all on the line. Glitter, I'd be curious to hear your final thoughts. I know we've got North America later this afternoon, but tell me more about EMEA and overarching thoughts for the day.
I mean, specifically today, I think that KCP just proves that they are an absolute powerhouse to be reckoned with. We've seen so many teams either consistently improving from day to day, from weekend to weekend, or even from just match to match. The EMEA right now is a terrifying region. We heard Phoenix say it himself. Fire Beavers, unstoppable. Ascend, one of the most consistent teams in EMEA. We talked about them at the top of the show. And right now, as we are 1 day away from that halfway point, things are going to start to get crazy. I had an absolute blast today. The games were wildly entertaining. I cannot wait to see what NA brings to the table now.
Ooh, now I'm like queued up, ready to hear the thoughts of, you know, everyone's going to be asking about TSM later, and I'm really excited to see will they rise to the occasion today. But I'd be remiss, Vicky, we need to hear your kind of final thoughts on the day. Put a seal of approval on Vicky.
Closing up everything that we witnessed today in EMEA, I love how we talked about KCP in the way that we did, because this is still a team, just today alone with their performance, they got top 3 every single game, minus 2 games throughout the course of these 6 matches that we got to witness today. Fire Beavers still on top. The talent level in EMEA is crazy, and I love to see the changes that we're seeing between the legend compositions, whether we're seeing more Watson move in, more Bangalore to take control over the smokes, and having that with Seer. The 2 legends that we do definitely see as like a mainstay pawn is definitely Valkyrie and Seer. But what other changes are we going to have with Alliance also still sticking to the Rampart? There's a lot to see, and I'm excited to jump into NA like what Glitter was saying, because we've been seeing a lot of change-ups as well, with Wraith being included as well as Horizon into the meta. This is a time to love Apex. Season 16 brought a lot of changes, and we are not slowing down anytime soon, Tiff.
Not slowing down at all. We have so many questions to be answered. Will people finally find their footing? And for the likes of KCP and others, some have been so incredibly consistent, and it's been the kind of the gameplay that we've been asking for. So thank you so much, ladies, for calling all of the action. I'll see you guys later for the North American region. You guys were both fantastic. But it's not over yet. We do have some more ALGS action coming your way. Yes, EMEA is done and dusted for Sunday today, but North America will be starting at the times allotted on your screen. For me, it's 7 p.m. Eastern. You'll see the likes of Dark Zero, who had absolute astounding moments there in that match day the last time A versus B took on each other. And FaZe, the questions that we want to see, will they still reign consistent? We had Snipe down on the broadcast, and he really alluded to the do not count me out. If you think that I'm not going to rise to the occasion, well, you're wrong. I will. But this moment from Dark Zero, I need to run it back, bro. That listen-in was the most impeccable thing I've heard in a very long time. So be sure, guys, to follow along to all of the Play Apex social media channels, whether it's their Twitter, at Play Apex Esports. I think we're almost to 1 million followers on Twitch, so smash that follow button right now because we need to break 1 million. It would be amazing. But that is all for me. Spider Tiff is going to be signing out. I will catch you guys later for some intense North American action.
Horizon makes the push across the way, and Pioneers take home match number 1.
This is our high ground now.
And this is where all the chaos is about to pop off.
Alliance is going crazy. They're punching him through the Callus wall, says, come here, duke it out.
Look, they're completely full sending onto KCP. This is not what you want.
Goodness.
Shots coming out of Taskmaster.
Time to feast, boys. It's time to feast.
I suck him.
Go! Zayna's going insane, but they can't live for long. He cleans up that team in front of them. Phoenix Legacy has their time to shine.